The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colhorst, La Mantilla, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
A quorum is present. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Minister Blaine Crane of Northcrest Church of Christ in Mexia.
Howdy. What a privilege it is to be here this morning. Will you bow, please? Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we are a blessed people. From the clothes that we have on our back to the food that we eat to the freedom of living in this beautiful country, we know that everything comes from you is good, and we give you glory and honor and praise for the blessings. We thank you for the privilege of being called your children, and we thank you for the blessings of being our Heavenly Father. Lord, we stand before you now as leaders of our state, our congregations, and our families. And we've humbly beseech you to bless us with wisdom and a discerning heart. Help us use our thoughts and our words so that they will be upright, uplifting, and encouraging. Help us to use our hearts and our minds to help us work together as Texans for the people of Texas so that your will be done to bless the great state of Texas and the people who live here. We don't want to pass up an opportunity, Lord, to thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for forgiveness. And we thank you for your salvation. And it's in Jesus' mighty name I pray this prayer. Amen.
Thank you, Minister Crane. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense of the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion's adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures. HB 3 by Burrows.
The chair recognizes Senator Eckhart to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce again to this chamber Dr. Larry Kravitz, who has been here before. What a tremendous public servant and tremendous physician you are. Dr. Larry Kravitz returns as the Texas Academy of Family Physicians Doctor of the Day for his 6th legislative session. Dr. Kravitz has been a practicing physician with Austin Regional Clinic for 30 years. He serves as a clinical assistant professor in the Department of Population Health at Dell Medical School. Thank you so much for that. As well as being affiliate faculty for Baylor College of Medicine and UT Southwestern Medical School. Also, I'd like to introduce two young physicians that he has with him today, because this is the kind of leadership that brings on the next generation of leaders. So Dr. Kravitz has with him today, wrong sheet of paper, sorry. We've got Katie Goodfellow, who is also here serving as a student with the Physician of the Day. Katie, nice to see you. And also Nashra Javed, serving as a student with the Physician of the Day. Good to have you here. Members of the Chamber, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Kravitz and his fabulous assistants today.
The chair recognizes Senator LaMantia for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's an honor to introduce some of my wonderful constituents from the city of Alamo joining us in the Senate gallery. Alamo is a small city located in Hidalgo County and is known as the refuge to the valley. Incorporated in 1924, the growing city has a population of almost 20,000 people and is a very important agricultural center to the Rio Grande Valley and the state of Texas. The city of Alamo is a vibrant, sustainable community that continues to grow in commerce, ecotourism, and the arts. And it's my pleasure to acknowledge Commissioner Maria del Pilar Garza, who is completing her final term as City Commissioner. Commissioner Garza has been a dedicated public servant and has made significant contributions to the city of Alamo. It is an honor to have everyone join us here today, and please help me in recognizing the city's achievements and celebrating its bright future. Members, please join me in welcoming the City of Alamo, its City Commission, and leadership to the Senate. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Members, we do have an important resolution. We can get your attention. Members, if I could have your attention. The chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 455 by King et al., commemorating the 75th anniversary of the founding of the modern state of Israel.
Good morning, Mr. President, members. I am really honored today to get to bring a resolution that has the signatures of all members of the Texas Senate, and it honors the 75th anniversary of the nation of Israel. And as you know, I know many people in this chamber have been to Israel one or more times, and I know that all of us, when you step off the plane there, you realize what a deep heritage spiritually, economically, in terms of our love for freedom and independence that the Texans share with the people of Israel. And our economic ties are very, very deep. They're one of our leading trading partners. And of course, have always been a wonderful friend, our closest friend, if not the closest friend in the world to the United States, and certainly to Texas. We share a common commitment to liberty, independence, and certainly economic opportunity. They are really known as the startup nation for their entrepreneurship, which fits Texas so wonderfully. I am proud to speak on that special partnership that Texas and Israel share, and we have several people here with us today to help us honor this. Mr. President and members, today we have the honor of recognizing Kenny and Sherry Goldberg. Kenny is chair of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission. Kenny and Sherry, welcome. Sandra Hagee Parker, and Sandy is a good friend to many of us and a board member of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission. We have Fred Zeidman, who's chairman emeritus of the United States Holocaust Memorial Council. And we have Livia Link Raviv, who is Consul General of Israel to the Southwest and has become a good friend to many of us in just the last couple of years since she began this assignment. We also have in our gallery today leaders from around the state, including members of the Holocaust Commission, representatives of the Jewish Federation, representatives of AJC, students of College Yale, members of B'nai B'rith, AIPAC, and many other special guests representing various other Jewish organizations. I also wanted to mention today that there was a book delivered to your office this morning called Let My People Know, and it's written by Ari Lightstone, who I know some of you know, and he's been a great friend to Texas, and he was one of the lead negotiators in negotiating the Abraham Accord agreements, which are such historic economic opportunities between Israel and some of the Arab neighbors. I would also mention that today, Carol Alvarado and others, we wanted to announce the beginning of a formation. It'll be a House Joint Caucus, the Friends of Israel Caucus, and where we'll begin to, just as organizationally, develop those relationships deeper with Israel, and particularly the economic ties and the appreciation for freedom. And just one last thing before we just applaud our guests here today. Just on the outside chance that American Airlines is listening today, we would sure like for that direct flight from Tel Aviv that got canceled during COVID out of Dallas to crank back up again, because we have so much tourism between Texas and Israel. So with that, members, would you please join me in honoring our guests on the floor as well as those who are in the gallery with us today. Thank you. Mr. President, I move adoption.
We have a few members that would like to speak. Senator King. Senator Hinojosa on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator King, for bring in this special resolution recognizing the 75th anniversary of the birth of modern Israel. I would certainly encourage anyone who has not visited Israel to do so. I've been to Israel twice. It's a beautiful country. It's a foundation of democracy in the Middle East, yet it faces all these challenges around Israel. But if you get to Israel, you see the vibrancy of that nation and how involved they are, how family-oriented, but also very focused on keeping the economic growing. My son is Jewish. And my family on my son's side is all Jewish, so I'm very familiar with all the customs, and I tell you how proud I am having part of my family being Jewish, being from Israel, and I'm very proud to call Israel my friend, our country's friend, and certainly very much part of our united front protecting democracy all over the world. So thank you, Senator King, and welcome.
Senator Bettencourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, thanks for bringing this resolution because it seems an all too brief period of time that Israel has been a founding of their modern state for 75 years. And I make that statement when I look at my friend Fred Zeidman, because he's the only person in the room that can say that he was there when 75 years ago when that occurred. And more importantly, I think all of us are there. I think that's why all the names are already on the resolution, because we know what a key element that American friendship with Israel is, but also to the world and to the Middle East. And obviously the birth of Israel probably wouldn't have happened the way it did without the support of the American public at the time through not only governmental action, but just individuals making their voices heard. So with that, I want to add my voice today for the happy birthday, effectively, of the state of Israel, and to again commend my friend Fred Zeidman for being such a steadfast person. I won't tell you that he's been paying, he's been getting an over 65 discount for a long time on his home. So long enough to be able to say that of all the people in the room, he was alive when this occurred. So, Fred, my salute to you and your family because you've been a local treasure to Harris County for many decades yourself, and to everyone else. Thank you, Senator King, for bringing the resolution.
Senator Perry on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, congratulations and happy birthday. Having the opportunity to have been over to Israel several times, the last one for water, actually, I'm reminded of just how innovative and how creative Israel is. They're actually so efficient at doing water, they export 20% of their water to people that send rockets at them sometimes over in Jordan. So it's a big heart, it's a big country. The obviously faith perspective of Israel. And word is clear that those that stand with Israel will stand in perpetuity. Those that don't will not. And I appreciate that. But what impresses me most in my several trips over is the people. They've always got a smile on their face. They're always looking forward, and they're always thinking bigger. And I think that that's something that our country, if we're honest, has lost a little bit of. And I highly recommend anybody that gets an opportunity to visit with people from Israel and actually see Israel, that it'll be a reward that lives in perpetuity because it's generational. You'll talk to it. You talk to your kids, your grandkids, and all. But it's just, you can walk up on any street and you see those young folks that serve in their military. And it's just not a duty, but it's more of a expectation, and it's what you have to do to preserve what you have. And I just hope that people in our country get to experience that patriotism and that vision of who you are and why you're here and the bigger purpose you serve. So Israel's a special place in my heart, special place in my faith, special place in everything that I've been a part of and got to be a part of over there. It sets a new benchmark, I guess. But Israel is here to stay. You'll be the last man standing, so to speak. And I'm proud to say I call you your friend. So thank you guys and congratulations for your birthday.
Senator Whitmire on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and thank you, Senator King. I appreciate you, Senator King, for slowing us down today to recognize something that works so well. To our guests, we deal regularly with problems, things that are broken. So today we have an opportunity to recognize not only the state of Israel, its supporters, with the understanding we're witnessing something that works as an independent, sovereign country who has so many supporters in our districts. So we celebrate the success of Israel. And I used to say, Senator King, that it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience to visit Israel. But now I can say it's twice-in-a-lifetime experience, because I not only went once, but had the opportunity to travel recent years with my daughter, and to Fred, to witness her experience through my eyes was what motivated me to go to the Holy Land. So it was just a twice-in-a-lifetime experience. Senator King, you don't know what a small world it is. So I go to my grandson's Little League game, and who did I see but Fred Seidman? So that's the beauty of our relationship with the Jewish community, with the state of Israel, that we're all living in the same world and praying and experiencing our grandchildren living in this free country. So thank you, and I look forward to becoming a member of Friends of Israel Caucus. So thank y'all for being here. You've allowed us to have some happy moments in this day of where we'll finish our business here, and then we're going to tackle some controversial issues, but there's nothing controversial about celebrating the 75th birthday of Israel. Thank you, and Senator King, thank you.
Senator Kolkhorst on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues in celebration. It's a great word, Dean, celebrating today. Thank you, Senator King, for bringing this forward, and I too will join the new caucus that you and Senator Paxton are forming. Fred, you've been mentioned many times. I know there's other guests on the floor, but I want to say thank you for the many years of friendship and the good things that you have done in our country and in Israel. We're so grateful for that, and for our state and your leadership. And so, Mr. President, while we're celebrating today, I want to make a motion to add all members' names to this Senate Resolution 455 in celebration of the 75th anniversary of the founding of the modern state of Israel.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Motion's adopted. Is there an objection to adoption of the resolution? Senator King to close.
Just move adoption.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, if there are no objections, I would like to postpone the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's session. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The reading and referral of bills is postponed. The following report from the Nominations Committee. The Secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on April the 24th, 2023.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Senate Committee on Nomination Action Report that were dated April 24th were placed on your desk yesterday to meet the 24-hour layout. These nominees are now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I move to confirm the nominees that are listed on April 24th Action Committee that are there before us. I did have a motion to sever one nominee, but I will, no, let's,
Are there any
there is no members, there is no severing today. Thank
Members,
you.
there is no request to sever. Senator Campbell moves that the nominees reported favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. Secretary will call the roll.
No sever. Robert. No sever today.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the nominees are confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
The following report from Nominations Committee. Secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on April 4th, 24 for Texas Southern University Board of Regents, Richard Andrew Johnson.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The City Committee on Nomination Action Report that's dated April 24th, placed on our desk, has met the 24-hour layout rule. This nominee is now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I move to confirm this nominee that was listed on April 24th Committee Action Report.
Senator Campbell moves that the nominee reported favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the nominees are confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
The following message from the Governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments to be members of the Department of Information Resources: Michael D. Mike Bell, Spring; Benjamin E. Ben Gatsky, Fort Worth. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2059.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 2059 relates to nursing education clinical site and training grants. Texas has a nursing shortage that has grown worse over the pandemic. By 2032, Texas will have a shortage of 12,572 licensed vocational nurses and 57,000 registered nurses. The comptroller reported that the quality of health care and Texas access to it could be risked due to the nursing shortage. The Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and the Texas Future of Nursing Summit all point to the lack of access to clinical training and insufficient faculty as challenges to increasing the number of Texas nurses. They identified lack of clinical training capacity as a primary obstacle to educating more nurses, yet little is invested in the critical training programs for nursing. Senate Bill 2059 will address this critical nurses' needs by creating 4 grant programs supporting nursing education and clinical training. With that, I move for suspension.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2059. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2059. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2059 relating to grant programs established to support nursing education and training.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2059 is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves to suspend the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2059. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2059 relating to grant programs established to support nursing education and training.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 2059.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage Senate Bill 2059. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 2059 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator King. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1517.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, move to suspend the regular order of business and take up at this time Senate Bill 1517. Members, the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission, in their 2022 study reporting back to the legislature, recommended prohibiting a state-funded college or university from implementing boycotts that would deprive students or faculty members of the ability to study or conduct research in or about a foreign country or to interact with its scholars or representatives. So Senate Bill 1517 would prohibit a public institution of higher education from adopting academic boycotts. The bill, however, would allow for academic boycotts if the target of the boycott is a state sponsor of terrorism as defined by the U.S. Department of State. Currently, there's only 4 in that category: Cuba, North Korea, Iran, and Syria. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1517. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1517. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1517 relating to prohibiting certain academic boycotts of foreign countries by public institutions of higher education.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move to engrossment.
Senator King moves passes to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1517 is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rules are suspended. Senator King, the chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1517. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1517 relating to prohibiting certain academic boycotts of foreign countries by public institutions of higher education.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage on Senate Bill 1517. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 1517 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1794.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take them and consider at this time the Senate Bill 1794. Members, as has been discussed in the committee, Bexar County is the only county in the state that imposes a debt cap on its emergency service districts, and the debt cap has been a barrier for ESDs and has delayed construction of some fire stations and the acquisition of new equipment, leading to longer wait times for emergency response. This bill would simply remove the debt cap so the ESDs no longer have to ask for permission from the city to pursue the projects that exceed the $20,000. Members, there is a floor amendment, so in order to address some ongoing litigation we don't want to get in the middle of, so we have one amendment.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of regular order of business. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1794. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1794 relating to conditions imposed on an emergency services district that includes territory in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities.
Members, we have an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply, all it does is change the effective date from September 1st to March 1st. Like I mentioned earlier, there is ongoing litigation, and I want to make sure that the legislation that we are presenting does not interfere with that in order for this bill to keep moving forward, and therefore I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Members, the questions on the adoption of the amendment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Menendez, you're now recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Menendez moves passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 1794. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. 1794 is passed to engrossment. Senator Menendez, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1794. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1794 relating to conditions imposed on an emergency services district that includes territory in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think there's a Chairman Betancourt would like to speak on final passage.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to say that Senator Menendez, I believe this is the way to handle an issue like this. because what happened in the local government committee was that there was lots of testimony on this issue, and the committee, I felt like, came to a very good bipartisan solution that you've managed to tweak here on the floor. And importantly, that's the way that local government can operate, at least in the Texas Senate. I hope you agree.
Thank you. I do agree. I appreciate your help in getting the bill through your committee in a timely fashion. And I think we are going to come to a solution that already we have seen movement back home based on the litigation, on the legislation moving forward.
Well, and when you have a situation like in Bexar County and in most urban counties, it gets pretty complex because in Harris County, there's almost 500 taxing jurisdictions that could levy an ad valorem tax. In this particular case, we've got multiple ESDs, and they need a clear path to making sure that they get their work done to represent their constituents. At the time, each individual city can make different views, but in this particular case, I think this bill helps everyone realize that maybe what the practice at San Antonio as a city is no longer the best practice for the future, and allow the chance for the ESDs to have their opinion there. So I want to thank you for bringing the bill to the committee.
Absolutely. Appreciate your help in getting it done. And members, I move final passage of Senate Bill 1794.
Senator Menendez moves final passage of Senate Bill 1794. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 1794 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 410.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 410. Members, we've previously directed the State Board of Education to incorporate important content areas into the health TEKS, such as substance abuse awareness and bullying prevention. Fetal development instruction is currently in the health TEKS. The committee substitute to Senate Bill 410 simply codifies this instruction as a permanent component of the curriculum taught in grades 7 and 8. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 410. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 410. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 410 relating to fetal development instruction included as part of the public school health curriculum.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
All right. Senator Paxton moves passage of Senate Bill 410 to engrossment. Secretary will call roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out Senate Bill. Senator Paxton, you're actually recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, Senate Bill. The constitutional rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 410. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 410 relating to fetal development instruction included as part of public school health curriculum.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Paxton moves final passage on Senate Bill 410. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, Senate Bill 410 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 997.
Mr. President, at this time, I move to suspend the Senate regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 997. When I first became a prosecutor back in the 1980s, sharing of crime scene and accident photos was a lot more difficult than it is today, even for those involved in the case. For one thing, all such photographs were taken with cameras which produced film negatives, which then had to be used to print actual photographs of crime scenes. Depending upon the nature of the crime scene or accident, dozens of people could be on that scene and have the ability to share photographs of the remains of a deceased person. This bill is designed to provide clear statutory guidance for our first responders, police officers, medical examiners, EMTs concerning the photographs of human remains. Members, this bill is the Kobe and Gianna Bryant bill. We worked this bill with several medical examiners from across the state. The bill is designed to provide protection to families of victims of horrific crimes and accidents, such that those persons know state law offers the greatest possible protections against the unauthorized use of photographs of their loved ones' remains. And so I'd move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 997. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 997. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 997 relating to the publication of certain photographs of human remains by certain individuals for a purpose other than an authorized purpose.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 997 is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 997. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 997 relating to the publication of certain photographs of human remains by certain individuals for a purpose other than an authorized purpose.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage of the Kobe and Gianna Bryant bill, Senate Bill 997.
Senator West moves final passage Senate Bill 997. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 997 is finally passed. Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1155.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 1155. Members, this bill would extend Bexar County University Hospital's district's local provider participation fund to December 31st, 2027, so that we can continue to raise the funds we need to participate in the federal 1115 waiver program, and we can continue to fund our teaching hospitals.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 1155. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1155. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1155 relating to continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the Bexar County Hospital District.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Menendez moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1155 is passed to engrossment. Senator Menendez, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1155. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1155 relating to continuation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program by the Bexar County Hospital District.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1155.
Senator Menendez moves final passage Senate Bill 1155. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1155 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Hall, you're recognized on a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 397.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so move.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 397. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rules are suspended. Senator Hall, the chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 397. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 397 relating the procedures for closing a polling place.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Move final passage of Committee Substitute 397.
Senator Hall moves final passage on committee substitute of Senate Bill 397. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, Senate Bill 397 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Springer, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2593.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business of Senate Bill 2593.
Senator Springer moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2593. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2593. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2593 relating to defense prosecution for certain assault offenses involving the use or exhibition of a less lethal projectile device by a peace officer.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To make comment on third reading, please.
You're recognized.
Once I find my notes on this, I'll just speak extemporaneously then. We had an exchange on this bill with regard to the reasonableness standard contained in 9.51 of the Penal Code. My concern with this bill is if you will not amend it to clearly require the 9.51 reasonableness standard, it leaves me to believe that the intention of the bill is to have a separate standard for projectiles that are less than lethal. Use of force is use of force, whether it is by fist, by taser, or by gun, and it should be under the same reasonableness standard. Let me give you some examples just from my own region with regard to the harm that can be done by less than lethal projectiles. Luckily, in this age of cell phones and video technology, we have good evidence of this unreasonable use of force with less than lethal projectiles. Mrs. Winkfine, a 72-year-old woman pulled over for speeding, repeatedly tased by...
Senator Eckhart, members, if I could have order on this, Senator Eckhart speaking.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I appreciate that. So, Mrs. Winkfine, a 72-year-old woman pulled over for speeding in a construction zone, repeatedly tased. It was caught on video by the taser video. That was clearly unreasonable use of force by a less than lethal projectile. Mr. Embler pulled over by a sheriff's deputy for failing to signal a lane change. A 400-pound man who repeatedly told the officers he had a heart condition, caught on video by a television crew that was doing a ride-along with the officers. He is taken from his vehicle and repeatedly tased, and he dies in custody from heart failure. Luckily, that was caught on video. Also, as we well know in this room, we had protests all across the country and in our major metropolitan areas in the summer of 2020. In those protests, some officers behaved in a manner that they have been alleged to have behaved with unreasonable force, utilizing beanbag rounds. It is important that officers are held accountable in those instances. Luckily, many of the protesters videotaped that protest and caught on video, which I'm happy to share with you, a beanbag round striking a 16-year-old boy standing empty-handed off to the side, striking him in the forehead. He crumples to the ground with a fractured skull requiring a 7-hour surgery to remove the projectiles from his brain. Again, officers, when they are using unreasonable force, irrespective of whether it's a fist, a non-lethal projectile, or a gun, should be held accountable. If it is criminally culpable, it should be considered by a grand jury and by a trial. We have some officers who were indicted locally for the instance of these less than lethal projectiles in a protest. I can at least tell you that my own daughter at the protest, before she knew anything about the alleged offenses, came home from those protests saying that she and her teenage friends were shot at from above by Austin police officers. I know that most of us have never, thank goodness, had this kind of encounter with a peace officer. And I know that most of us never will, thank goodness. And most officers, far and away, are peace officers, and they do not act unreasonably. But in the instance that they do, they should be held accountable just as anyone else. So if this bill does not include a reasonableness standard, it is not a good bill. If the reasonableness standard is included by implication, it's an unnecessary bill. In any case, I would urge you to vote no, because our peace officers deserve to know that those who they work with can be held accountable so that our peace officers can maintain the standards that we would expect of law enforcement, that they expect of their fellow peace officers. Thank you.
Senator West on final passage.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I also rise in opposition of this bill. And I'm gonna give you a perspective. I've served as an assistant district attorney, chief felony prosecutor. I've represented police officers and I've represented citizens that have accused police officers of overzealous activity. I think this does a disservice without having a reasonable standard in it, Senator Springer, because reasonableness is what we should be requesting of our officers when they have the ability to use deadly force or any type of force. This does not have that. You frankly just kind of give them a free pass, regardless of the type of activity that they're engaged in. This is turning back the hands of time, where we have put in laws, statutes that would hold police officers that would misuse their authority and hold them accountable. What you're doing now is turning back the hands of time, basically saying that it can kind of do anything as long as it's less lethal than deadly force. And I'd hope that you would really just kind of think about this, Senator Springer. Is this really what you want to do, or do you want to have a reasonable standard? And the reasonable standard would be, what would an officer do in similar circumstances? And I think that should be the standard. Would that officer utilize that less lethal force in the manner in which an officer that would be under investigation would utilize that, as opposed to making certain that they have, frankly, a standard in this particular bill that says regardless how you use it, you'll be able to use it as an affirmative defense to any type of prosecution. Hopefully that's not what you're talking about. And I know I know I've worked with you and know that that's not your heart, that you want to make certain that it's reasonable. But this bill, I'd ask you to reconsider putting a reasonable standard in there. And the reasonable standard, I'm going to sit down, would be basically saying that what would that officer would be judged based on what would an officer do in the same or similar circumstances. And I'd ask you to really consider that before you pass this bill.
Senator Springer, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe wholeheartedly that we have lines in here that make sure that the bad actors who are intending to cause harm cannot use this. And two, we are not overriding Penal Code 951. So I believe those reasonableness standards are still in there and can be held with that. And with that, I move final passage of Senate Bill 2593.
Senator Springer moves final passage of Senate Bill 2593. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert, Flores.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, Senate Bill 2593 finally passed. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1534.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill concerns physician non-compete clauses that are common in contracts between various healthcare entities and physicians. This bill establishes guardrails regarding these non-compete clauses. A non-compete clause is an employment contract that prohibits a healthcare provider from practicing medicine within a defined radius after either termination or separation from employment. These clauses can be difficult and devastating, actually, for patients to continue to receive care as the physician workforce in that geographic region is diminished. Therefore, the bill first limits the buyout of a non-compete to not more than the physician's annual salary at the time of termination. Second, the bill limits the term of the non-compete to 1 year. And third, the bill reduces allowable geographic restrictions to 5 miles. There will be a floor amendment that further refines the geographic restrictions, as well as makes the non-compete unenforceable if an employee is terminated without cause. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1534.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the regular business on Senate Bill 1534. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1534. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1534 relating to restrictions on covenants not to compete for physicians and certain other healthcare practitioners.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized on the amendment.
Yes, members, I'm sorry about the length of the amendment. It's just the way it was drafted. But again, the amendment does just two things. One, it clarifies that the geographic restrictions for urban and rural areas are changed from 5 miles to 10 miles, 5 miles for urban and 10 miles for rural. And second, the amendment states that a physician non-compete clause is unenforceable if an employee is terminated without cause. Move adoption of amendment number 1.
Senator Kokoris, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. A few distractions over here. I just want to make sure. So go back to the mileage again, and you know, like rural, I think you were moving it to 10.
Right.
And in urban, you're moving it to, what is it,
It stays at 5.
Stays at 5.
Yes.
And so the ruling behind, or your thinking behind 10 is?
It was a thought that is more difficult to have physicians and recruit physicians in that area. So therefore, there should be some acknowledgement of that. Versus a 5-mile radius, it should be a 10-mile radius in rural areas. It makes it slightly more difficult for a physician to find employment in that geographic region within 10 miles versus 5 miles. So it's a recognition that recruitment and retention of physicians in rural areas is harder, and therefore, if a entity recruits a physician to a rural area, there should be an extra amount of acknowledgement of that in their non-compete.
And so, overall, the bill is looking to give some balance to physicians when you're in these non-competes and try to be able to, have a little freedom.
That's right. Non-competes are fairly common across the nation, although I think there are close to 20 states that prohibit non-competes completely, and there are actually considerations at the federal level, the Federal Trade Commission, of actually abolishing non-competes. But with individuals that have specialized knowledge or skill, IT for instance, I think that is probably appropriate to have a non-compete if you are a core employee that has that specialized knowledge. But with physicians, although we have specialized knowledge, it might not be really unique knowledge. And so there's a balance there between the provision of health care in a geographic region, a greater societal need, as well as the balance between an employer, whether it's a hospital or a large physician group that has to pay to recruit a physician into a region, and doing so does have expenses and does rightly expect that person to stay employed for a certain amount of time or pay a penalty. And in this case, the penalty structure is a balance. It could be up to 1 year of their salary. And again, they would have to find further employment outside that geographic boundary of 5 miles or 10 miles in a rural area.
Thank you, Senator.
I appreciate your questions.
Members, questions on the adoption of the amendment. Is there an objection to the adoption? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Schwartner, you're now recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 1534.
Senator Schwartner moves passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 1534. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 1534 is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwartner, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1534. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1534, relating to restrictions on covenants not to compete for physicians and certain other healthcare practitioners.
Senator Schwartner, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage Senate Bill 1534.
Senator Schwartner moves final passage of Senate Bill 1534. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 1534 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1990.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1990 seeks to ensure that water districts, when selecting professional service, follow the procedures of the government code. We needed to bring this to the floor so we can make one clarifying amendment that will be precise that the water district may also engage the professional services of attorneys, auditors, and financial advisors. Want to make sure that these professions were not currently included in the section 2254 of the government code. Move to suspend the regular order of business on the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1990.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 1990. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1990. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1990, relating the procedure for selecting a provider of professional services by certain water districts.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I mentioned before, this is a clarifying amendment to make sure the provider of professional services does include attorney, auditor, or financial advisor in section 2254.002 of the government code. Move adoption.
Members, questions on the adoption of the amendment? Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Betancourt, you're now recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the committee substitute Senate Bill 1992 engrossment.
Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1990 is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1990. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1990, relating the procedure for selecting a provider of professional services by certain water districts.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1990.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage Senate Bill 1990. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1990 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 491.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 491. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider. It has to do with building height compatibility. Right now, under local zoning codes, properties are permitted certain maximum heights based on their zoning. We understand this concept. Some cities have an additional regulation known as building height compatibility, where the presence of a single-family home nearby reduces the maximum height allowed on a property regardless of what the zoning is for that area. Now, most cities implement a height compatibility do so at close proximity. Makes sense, right? If a single-family home is within 50 feet, that's a concern about having a tall building right there. But there's a small minority of cities that have extended this regulation to several hundred feet from single-family homes, which of course prevents new buildings from being allowed to achieve the height permitted by their zoning and reduces the number of housing units available to be built in each building. We all lament the difficulty of home ownership, how that's becoming further and further out of reach for more Texans. This is one of the many bills this session to make sure that we are making housing available to people. That's what the bill is about. And Senator Alvarado is going to offer an amendment that we're looking forward to accepting it should the Senate get to that point on suspension. Just creates a uniform standard for land use for more housing. That's what the bill does. I move suspension.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
Is this the right time to offer the amendment or after you suspend? Or?
Not at this time. Senator Hughes moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 491. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 25 ayes and 6 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 491. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 491, relating to building height restrictions in certain municipalities.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado, now is the time to speak on the amendment.
Okay, thank you. I got distracted over there. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment makes it clear that the bill does not apply to deed restrictions or cell tower ordinances, and I believe this is acceptable to the author.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Mr. President, I thank Senator Alvarado for this amendment. It is acceptable to the author.
Members, questions on adoption of the amendment? Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 491 is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, that's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the 3-day rule is suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 491. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 491 relating to building height restrictions in certain municipalities.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage Senate Bill 491. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 491 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Miles, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 813.
Mr. President, at this time, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 813. Senate Bill 813 simply requires TCEQ to issue a notification to state representatives and senators whenever a penalty is assessed against an entity within their members' respective district. There will be a floor amendment on this, Mr. President and members, that requires representatives and senators to opt in to receive those notifications. Currently, TCEQ is not under any requirement to inform state representatives or senators that environmental violations have occurred within their districts. This bill requires TCEQ to issue a notification to the state representative or the senator, whenever a penalty is assessed against an entity within the member's district. This bill ensures that if entities is being a bad neighbor, then we will know about it. I move to suspend, Mr. President.
Senator Miles moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 813. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 813. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 813 relating to providing notice to a state representative or senator of certain administrative actions of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
There's an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Miles.
Senator Miles, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Senators. This floor amendment will add an opt-in provision, as I spoke about earlier, to the bill for representatives and senators to receive these notifications. I move adoption.
Members, questions on adoption of the amendment? Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Miles, you're now recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that passage of Senate Bill 813 to engrossment.
Senator Miles moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 813 is passed to engrossment. Senator Miles, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule for a 3-day rule to be read. 3 days.
Senator Miles moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 813. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 813 relating to providing notice to state representative and senator of certain administrative actions of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Senator Miles, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage for Senate Bill 813.
Senator Miles moves final passage of Senate Bill 813. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 30 ayes and 1 no, the Senate Bill 813 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 2325.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2325, relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program. Members, this bill simply would, to ensure the Circuit of the Americas remains eligible for the Major Events Reimbursement funding, specify that the statutory definition of Formula One automobile race refers to the Formula One United States Grand Prix. There will be a floor amendment that is simply technical in nature. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2325. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2325. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2325 relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this is the amendment that I referenced in my opening remarks. This is simply a technical change made to ensure all the references throughout the bill align with all the same sections of the government code. It is strictly technical in nature. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator, members, questions on adoption of the amendment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you are now recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2325 is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 29 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2325. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2325 relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of Senate Bill 2325. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, Senate Bill 2325 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Alvarado. Senator Alvarado, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2173.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2173.
You want to tell us a little about it?
Yes, just a minute. This bill creates the prescription drug safe disposal pilot program to ensure that the DEA registered pharmacies can receive funds for expanded prescription drug take-back efforts. This will make a drug take-back site more accessible, encourage the public to remove unused medications from their homes, and prevent medication misuse and opioid addiction from ever starting. I have an amendment that will address the expiration date.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2173. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2173. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2173 relating to a pilot program for the safe disposal of prescription drugs.
Members, we have an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado will be recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the floor amendment adds an expiration date to this chapter. This was at the request of Chair Colcourse. The chapter will expire on the second anniversary after all money appropriated for this program has been expended. I move adoption.
Members, questions on the adoption of the amendment? Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Alvarado, you're now recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a passage to engrossment.
Senator Alvarado moves passage to engrossment on Senate Bill 2173. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2173 is passed to engrossment. Senator Alvarado, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2173. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2173 relating to a pilot program for the safe disposal of prescription drugs.
Senator Alvarado, we recognize for a motion.
I move for final passage.
Senator Alvarado moves final passage of Senate Bill 2173. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There
Creighton.
being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 2173 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Johnson, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 789.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 7, I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 789. Members, Senate Bill 789 allows schools to implement a Pathways in Technology Early High School Education, the PTEC program. It makes them eligible to receive an academic distinction designation from the Texas Education Agency. Senate Bill 789 also increases the funding to be awarded to PTEC schools at the student level from the current $50 to $150. Currently, distinctions are awarded by TEA in 7 different categories, including academic achievement in math, reading, social studies, and post-secondary readiness. What Senate Bill 789 would do is add PTEC as one of those categories that can receive academic a designation of distinction. Incidentally, students who complete a PTEC program in high school will graduate with a high school diploma, an associate's degree, and an industry certification. The bill promotes this legislature's goals of post-secondary readiness and investment in workforce development. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 789.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 789. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 789. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 789 relating to academic distinction designations under the public school accountability system.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Johnson moves passage to engrossment Senate Bill 789. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 789 is passed to engrossment. Senator Johnson, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the 3-day rule is suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 789.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 789.
Not till she reads. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 789 relating to academic distinction designations under the public school accountability system.
Now you're recognized for a motion.
And now at the appropriate time, I move final passage of Senate Bill 789.
Senator Johnson moves final passage of Senate Bill 789. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 789 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1932.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1932 provides a responsible process to get vintage and collectible wine into Texas restaurants. Texas law does not currently allow private wine collectors to sell their wine to Texas restaurants, and that results in a valuable Texas wine being shipped across the country rather than kept right here in Texas. Senate Bill 1932 authorizes a private collector to sell wine over 20 years old in its original package to a licensed buyer. The bill provides that records will be kept for a minimum of 2 years after purchases and outlines any legal remedies for altered or counterfeit wine. This is a great way to ensure Texas' growing wine industry continues to benefit all Texans. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1932.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1932. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 24 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 present, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1932. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1932 relating to authorizing secondary wine sales.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is agreed upon language from TABC and stakeholders. It aligns the bill closely with Vintage Distilled Spirits Bill by removing the registration and fee payment requirements. It adds qualifications for who may be a wine collection seller, removes the excise tax, and includes descriptions of records to be kept. Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment.
Members, the questions on the adoption of the amendment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Creighton, you're now recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 24 ayes and 6 nays and 1 present, Senate Bill 1932 is passed to engrossment. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move suspension of the 3-day rule.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 25 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 present, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1932. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1932 relating to authorizing secondary wine sales.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Senate Bill 1932.
Senator Creighton moves final passage on Senate Bill 1932. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 24 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 present, Senate Bill 1932 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1075.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved to suspend the regular order of business and take up at this time Senate Bill 1075. Members, 2 years ago, this body unanimously passed out, and the House did as well, a bill to allow our transmission and distribution utilities to lease mobile generation that they could roll up in advance of a hurricane or bring to the scene after a tornado or some other natural disaster and attempt to put electrons back on the wires. The was only to be used when there was no other electricity available. It was a tremendous success. There were some weaknesses found in the old legislation. This attempts to clean that up, such as allowing ownership instead of leasing. It passed unanimously, I believe, out of Business and Commerce. Since then, there have been continuing stakeholders meeting, and I do have an author's amendment to clean up a few more concerns, and with that, move suspension.
Senator King moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 1075. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1075. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1075, relating to facilities and construction machinery used to respond to power outages.
Members, we have an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by King.
Senator King, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there was 5 or 6 serious long stakeholders meetings with AECT and all of their membership. They asked us to make an amendment which is acceptable to the author. It essentially allows for ownership of the generators, but only through an affiliate, and it removes the 3% cap, which was in place for total amount of generation within a TDU's footprint. With that, I would move adoption.
Members, questions on the adoption of the amendment? Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Senator King, you're now recognized for a motion.
I move to engrossment.
Senator King moves passes to engrossment Senate Bill 1075. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. 1075 is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you are now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1075. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1075, relating to facilities and construction machinery used to respond to power outages.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage on Senate Bill 1075. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 1075 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognize for motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1056.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1056 is a local bill and only applies to Delaware County Water District Number 3. The bill builds on the administration and operation reforms passed last session under Senate Bill 2185, with the reforms that align with district's current use. It will address potential conflicts of interest, increase transparency, provide accountability through fair elections, and improve management of the district. With that, Mr. President and members, I move suspension of regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 1056. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1056. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1056 relating the directors and administration of the Hidalgo County Water Improvement District Number 3.
Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1056 passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton,
There
Eckert.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the 3-day rule is suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1056. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1056 relating the directors and administration of the Hidalgo County Water Improvement District Number 3.
Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 1056.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 1056. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert, Flores.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1056 finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 719.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 719. Under current tax code, it's unclear whether child placing agencies that place children directly with an adoptive family qualify for a charitable organization exemption. Senate Bill 719 simply clarifies this by listing child placing agencies as eligible for a charitable organization exemption. Members, this bill is a refile of Senate Bill 734 from the 87th legislature that passed the Senate unanimously but died on the final House calendar. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 719. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 719. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 719 relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of property owned by a charitable organization that provides services related to the placement of a child in a foster or adoptive home.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 719 is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and a final passage Senate Bill 719. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 719 relating to the exemption from the ad valorem taxation of property owned by a charitable organization that provides services related to the placement of a child in a foster or adoptive home.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Paxton moves final passage Senate Bill 719. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert, Flores.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 719 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Colcourse, recognized committee substitute for Senate Bill 147.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time committee substitute to Senate Bill 147.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 12 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out for third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 147. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 147 relating to the purchase of or acquisition of Title II real property by certain aliens or foreign entities.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be heard in opposition committee substitute for Senate Bill 147. First of all, members, I want everyone that can hear my voice, Texans, to hear my voice that the state is safe from the Chinese government, Iranian government, North Korea, and Russia. Because we have an FBI that is very effective in monitoring those countries' activities. I don't know what's going on with the example that we heard yesterday from the sponsor about the farmer Stuart Stevenson plant in Sealy. But I drive by it each week on the way home. I will stop. I will ask the FBI to visit that plant. I do not believe that it is jeopardizing our safety or welfare. If I had the opportunity, and it was late in the session, I would talk this bill to death because I feel that strongly, Senator Colcourse. I think certainly, if not the intended consequences, certainly unintended consequences are going to do damage to this state. And members, we need to slow down. I know this legislation has probably already left the train station, unfortunately, but you need to think about the Asian constituents that you are sent here to represent. We have to be the voice of not just the Chinese, Russians, Iranians, North Koreans, but what we've done, Senator Colcourse, is united the Asian population of Texas. And they have a right to be concerned because just the rhetoric surrounding this legislation is putting them at jeopardy from racist bias. They're being targeted as we talk. Members, I represent a proud Korean community. I have the Korean Community Center at Gessner and Long Point in Spring Branch in Houston, Texas. I know they're concerned for their safety because of the exposure and the rhetoric that makes them sound like they're doing something wrong to our country. It's hard to distinguish Koreans from North or South. In fact, I have former North Koreans that live in my district. They're being targeted by this hateful discussion about our safety is at risk. That's the Korean community. And then the Chinese community. 3 days ago, I was on the Senate floor taking pictures with a delegation from Taipei, which is a sister city with the city of Houston. They're our allies. You can't distinguish senators from our friends in Taiwan, our allies that we have trade missions with the Chinese from mainland China. So what we've done is, one, united the Asian community, not in celebration, not in graduations. We've united them in their concern for their safety and welfare. Of course, the legislation has been changed. I appreciate the substitute. But still, to restrict a doctor in the med center, a permanent resident, one of our best and brightest doctors, from living the American dream and making money, saving his or her money They're ideal residents. They go to church. They have families. They love our country. They pay U.S. taxes. And to tell that successful family they could only buy 20 acres of farmland near Houston, we've got to quit dividing our society, senators. This is a group that does nothing to offend us or threaten us, but when you talk about the Chinese government, it ignites some of our constituents that may not understand what we're talking about. We live in very difficult times, emotional times. I understand COVID set off concerns about mainland China. We live it, we hear it, but who really lives it and hears it are our Asian neighbors. And it's not just the Chinese. What has happened is the Vietnamese are being threatened. You see, unfortunately, our education system is so inept that we probably don't learn to identify the ethnicity or the country of origin of so many of our Asian friends. They're lumped together. They're Asians. And so when we stand on this Senate floor and talk about our farmlands and our securities at risk, those are nothing but signals to disturb people that feel like maybe they should be threatened, that they are being threatened, become concerned. And it's actually a safety issue for the entire Asian community across Texas. What I do believe we have to remember in this discussion on the Senate floor, like we had yesterday, words matter. And when you start talking about someone bought land near an air base, he was a member of the Communist Party of China, you're just hitting all the hot spots that's going to take someone that's already disturbed and think he or she are doing our country a favor by getting after these people. I've never seen any community so concerned as the Asian community. And it's not just the Chinese. It's the Korean community. It's the Cambodian community. And let me just also emphasize something, Senator Colhurst. The Southwest Asian community, which I know you represent in Fort Bend, the concern is if you get after the Chinese in this session, who's next? We can't continue to single out ethnic groups and communities and separate them from our society. Their children born here are U.S. citizens. And we're going to tell them, live out the American dream. Many are applying for citizenship that this legislation will be directed towards. I could spend the rest of the day talking about either the intended or unintended consequences of this legislation. The Asian community of Texas are our neighbors and friends. They're the best and brightest doctors in the Houston Med Center. Y'all call me to help get your constituents in MD Anderson. Who do you think is going to treat them once we admit them? It's going to be a permanent resident from China, the Persian community, refugees from a totalitarian government in Iran, North Korea. Our U.S. government's got all of our eyes on their movements. We're not letting these foreign powers slip up on us. I feel safe in Texas today from the intervention of communist countries, totalitarian countries. We've got to have faith in our institutions in the federal level, much more qualified, much more equipped to handle any threats from a foreign power than the state of Texas. So I understand that this plays real well with a certain base, but it's wrong to stand here and say you do everything right, go through proper immigration channels, be welcomed by our government. But if you're so successful that you can purchase my 300-acre farm in Chapel Hill, Texas, we're not going to allow you. You can have 20 acres. You can have a little ranchette, because that's all we're going to allow someone from China, North Korea, Iran, Russia. Y'all really think, first of all, that that's the only 4 countries we ought to be concerned about from foreign intervention? I bet if you talk to the CIA or the State Department in a private briefing, they could add several more. We're already singling out the refugees that crossed the Mexican border, spending $400 million initially. Now it's probably up to $1 billion, Chairman of Finance. $4 billion, actually. We're spending $4 billion to protect our southern border. Completely different topic that we ought to discuss sometime. But we're singling out Central Americans. Obviously, the Mexican nationals have been singled out for years. Now we're going to move across the Atlantic, or I guess you'd go the Pacific to get to the concern we're expressing today. Folks, we've got to have confidence in our federal government. They know what was going on in the China Consulate General's office on Montrose in Houston. There was concern about medical secrets. It was closed. We're on top of things. But all we're doing yesterday and today with this legislation is, can you imagine they haven't even heard, the community has not even heard about the substitute? They were told several months ago they couldn't even buy a home here. And of course, the substitute has changed that, but now we have other limitations. Members, we have 2 Chinese members of the state house. You think they don't have relatives? You think they don't have family that is being singled out by this legislation? So I will close by saying, I've seen some bad legislation in my career that's either going to have real bad intended or unintended consequences. But this is singling out good people that are not going to be given the credit for living here. I would challenge any of you that come to Houston, Harris County, Senator Kolkhorst, go to the International District at Bel Air and Beltway 8. It's one of the most vibrant parts of our community. Retail shops, medical facilities, banks. It is part of the American way. Most are permanent residents. Many of them are citizens. And I would just urge you, as we go forward, and I have no idea this bill's destiny in the House. I can only imagine what our 2 Chinese colleagues are going to do. They're going to paint a better picture than I'm able to do today. But I think it is a terrible, unneeded piece of legislation that if you're worried about our foreign enemies, you should leave it to the U.S. government. I have a strong belief that it's addressing a problem that doesn't exist and is harming some of our best residents and constituents. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Johnson.
A statement on the bill.
You're recognized for final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I addressing Senator Kolkhorst? I am. It's quite okay. Senator Kolkhorst, you and I have already talked about this. I want to first acknowledge that this bill is motivated. I have no doubt, and in our private conversation just confirmed, that the bill is motivated out of genuine, legitimate concerns. There is such a thing as a hostile foreign nation. There are hostile foreign nations. There are hostile actors. They will attack our grid. They will steal trade secrets. They will interfere with our elections and our public discourse, and they will even try to corner markets on precious resources. It's a real concern. I won't repeat any of Senator Whitmire's remarks, but I would like to acknowledge and state that I share with him my belief that this is largely a federal area and that it is, unlike the border, it's an area where they do a lot of I think they're doing a good job, and I think the good thing for Texas to do is to partner and work with them to the extent we can. Despite the good motivations and the legitimate concerns the bill addresses, I'm not convinced that it will increase the security of this state at all. I am convinced that it will contribute, despite all the good, patient, thoughtful work that's been done on amending the bill, and there's been a great deal of it, and I appreciate that. I think it's still going to send a hostile message. I think it's going to still increase tensions and suspicions and resentment and biases among Texans here today. It's going to affect our neighbors, our coworkers, our classmates, friends, and families. So I don't think the result is going to be the desirable result that is intended with this bill. And I think we are more likely to have some harmful effects that are not the intent of the bill. So on balance, if it does nothing to make us safer, but it does make us more hostile and suspicious and unfriendly and untrusting, I can't support it, despite the intentions. So I won't be supporting the bill. I appreciate the work you've done on it, but I think that sometimes we get a little too overzealous or a little too overconfident in our ability to affect global affairs with laws that, frankly, can be circumvented with a little skillful lawyering and other manipulative behavior by these hostile foreign actors. Those are my views on the bill. I appreciate the work you've done on it to make it as close as possible, to cause as little damage as possible, but I still think on balance it's going to do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Betancourt, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's important that we actually read what bill we're talking about here, Dean, okay? Because this bill, as modified, is not the description that I just heard. Now, I'm just going to read from the bill, that way not steal any thunder from the author, because I'm just going to read her words, because it's very important to read the words and not just assume, be whipped up by some media frenzy from X number of months ago. That let's talk about what actually this bill says. It's under subchapter H, purchase or acquisition of title to real property by certain foreign individuals or entities. And I think Senator Colcourse has an amendment to talk about agricultural land. I believe you do. And she mentions here that a designated country, the country that we're worried about, means a country identified by the United States Director of National Intelligence as a country that possesses a risk to national security of the United States in each of three most recent annual threat assessments of the United States intelligence community issued pursuant to Section 108B, National Security Act of 1947. And her first sentence, first major component after that is exceptions, Dean. The exemptions. United States citizens and lawful permanent residents and residents' homestead property. It doesn't sound like anything that was just being described here. It also has a point about a company or an entity that's owned by, under the control of one or more individuals described by subsection 1. Doesn't sound like what I just heard. It sounds like that we have a bill that looks at a threat to national security. And it's based on countries that are on the risk assessment, the annual threat assessment to the United States. And more importantly, it has exemptions for any lawful resident, at all. I mean, any specific exemptions, United States citizens and lawful permanent residents and residents of our homestead property. So I'm actually listening to this, stunned that we're talking about the Korean community, Dean, in Spring Branch. Dean, the Korean community, they're not on the threat assessment. Dean, they're not. The Korean community, Spring Branch, is not on the threat assessment on this watch list. And the exceptions for United States citizens and lawful permanent residents and resident homesteads are clearly laid out, along with company or entities that are owned under the control or one or more individuals described by the subsection 1, which is an individual is a citizen or a lawful permanent resident of the United States, including an individual who is a citizen of a foreign country. So I'm astonished we're hearing that, we're somehow preventing the Korean community in Spring Branch, which is a wonderful community, a thriving community, a great place to visit, great place to own a business and visit at any time. And I just want to get back into the record, Mr. President, what this bill actually says, because it's not what I heard. It's what is in the author's own words. And I want to thank Senator Kolkhorst for bringing the bill in this form to the floor of the Senate.
Senator Kolkhorst moves, recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your remarks. Dean, you always say this is one of the most deliberative bodies in the United States, maybe in the world. Senator Johnson, thank you for your engagement. Always thoughtful. Senator Bittencourt, thank you for your words. I want to state very plainly what Senate Bill 147 does. Senate Bill 147 is linked to a list of countries from the annual threat assessment. They have to be on that threat assessment for 3 years. It gives a mechanism that if a regime that is hostile toward the United States changes and rolls off of that, it doesn't apply to them. Senate Bill 147 is limited to particular types of land that are of national security interest: agricultural land, minerals in place, mines and quarries, or standing timber. Senate Bill 147 provides homestead exemptions for all people of all nations. Senate Bill 147 allows leasehold interest and provides avenues for investment, just restricting control. Senate Bill 147 divestment process, which is the enforcement mechanism, requires due process. A district court finding, then receivership with proceeds going not to the state, it is not a taking, but to the owner of which has been divested. It is not a taking. At the end of the day, the key is tied to national security, protecting energy, food, and national security. Ceding control to authoritarian nations listed on the National Threat Assessment in crops, energy deposits, and rare earth materials in Texas could cause grave consequences for America if they are not protected. Texas is rich. Oh my gosh, we have 16 of the 17 rare earth materials. It is home to invaluable strategic military bases and installations, 20, in fact, across our great state. Texas is not an outlier in discussing these kinds of issues. I said in my opening remarks, this is a difficult discussion, but the right discussion to have. Why do I say that? Because according to Senate research, 22 states already restrict foreign-owned land. And in fact, in 2021, a Democrat-controlled U.S. House of Representatives passed amendment on the ag bill that named the 4 countries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and prohibited them from buying agricultural land. Why? Because we see the trend, and the trend began in 2009, according to the USDA, and it has accelerated. Why has it accelerated? Some of these countries do not have what we have. Some of their land is not productive. So they are out seeking. Go look across the world. China is buying up land everywhere, not just in the United States. Why are they doing it in Michigan and North Dakota and Florida? Why is it that California legislature put a very similar bill like 147 on Gavin Newsom's desk? Why did they do that last year? Because they too were concerned about their agricultural land and ceding it to hostile nations against our country. Food security is national security. Why are right now Florida and other states taking up a bill extremely similar to Senate Bill 147 because they too believe that national security is at the forefront of what legislatures do when the federal government fails us. Let's not forget that there was a Chinese balloon that floated over the United States of America, and we watched it, and we knew that they were gathering intel on us. Let's not forget the very week that I laid out this bill that the Russians had a submarine off of our East Coast, as is documented by Newsweek right here. Members, there are three kinds of wars: kinetic wars, financial wars, and informational wars. And I will tell you that we are in a place where it's all a battle. And protecting our farmland, protecting our natural resources is the right thing to do at the right time. Governor Patrick, you said the world is in chaos and they need a strong America. And America is not strong without a strong Texas. Senate Bill 147 is just about maintaining a strong Texas. It is not in any way picking out someone of a certain origin. Senator Hinojosa, a battle combat man, served our country. You brought up yesterday that Russians are blonde-haired and blue-eyed. This is not singling out one origin. This is singling out nations that are listed on the National Threat Assessment. And these four countries have been named by two administrations, the Trump administration and the Biden administration. And we see this growing in nature. So members, I don't ever bring a bill to you that is meant to divide us. This bill should not divide us. This bill should unite us. It should allow us to come together to agree that Texas must do its part in the national security conversation. We can agree to say no to hostile nations that seek harm to our state and prevent them from accessing our valuable land, to prevent them from buying 40,000 acres that they accumulated over a period of 2 years next to Laughlin Air Force Base. We should all be able to agree to that. This bill has changed a lot because of input by members and members' constituents and my constituents. And you're right, Dean. I represent a diverse group of people. And I had a South Asian text me yesterday and say to me, and I will quote if you give me just a second. SB 147, thank you for your leadership and for getting this done. We and our future will be better. Our constituents know that it is a different time in this world. And when Texas stands up and is strong, Mr. President, America is stronger and the world is a better place. Thank you all for allowing me to bring this bill. It is, Dean, the most deliberative body, and that's why we share our ideas. I rejoice in our disagreements because we live in a country where you and I can fight for our constituents in different ways. And the countries that are listed in the National Threat Assessment do not allow that. God bless Texas. God bless America. I move final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 147.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 12 nays. Bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, you recognize committee substitute Senate Bill 565. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 565 is a bill that serves to extend a deadline already in statute regarding a property in my district that's being prepared to be used by West Texas Centers, which is a local mental health authority in Big Spring. 2019, the legislature passed House Bill 2641, which authorized the Health and Human Services Commission to exchange the West Texas Centers property for property owned by Caprock Holdings. This property eventually proved to be inadequate last session, the legislature passed a House Bill 3800 to allow the release of HHSC's reversionary interest if West Texas Centers exchanged the original property with Caprock Holdings for another property more suited to West Texas Centers' needs. House Bill 3800 contained a deadline of February the 1st, 2023, which has since passed. Due to supply chain issues, the renovations needed for this property have not yet been completed. This bill extends the deadline to August 31st, 2027. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out the second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 565. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 565, relating the release of a reversionary interest in a certain real property by the Health and Human Services Commission.
You recognize the passage of engrossment.
I move for passage of engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule. Recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading the final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 565. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 565, relating to the release of a reversionary interest in certain real property by the Health and Human Services Commission.
You recognize the final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 565.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanc.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Middleton, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move that Senator Colcourt's closing on committee substitute Senate Bill 147 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. $19 and $12 is still $31. Senator Zaffarini, anxiously awaiting committee substitute for Senate Bill 1639, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1639 relating to prohibitions in connection with event ticket sales or resales on an internet website. Members, generally this bill would prohibit a person from creating or using a bot to exceed the maximum number of tickets that can be sold to one purchaser or circumvent an electronic queue, security measure, or control in the ticket purchasing process. It would authorize the AG to bring an action to restrain or enjoin a person from violating this bill and to recover reasonable costs for the action. It also would impose liability on a person who violates it. There is a floor amendment, and I will explain it at that time. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for 1639. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1639 relating to prohibitions in connection with ticket sales on an internet website.
You're recognized on, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarini.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, the floor amendment would clarify that a bot does not mean autofill or password management features either built into an internet browser or utilized through separate software. And it clarifies that the Attorney General may bring an action in the name of the state only to restrain or enjoin a person who is violating this chapter, not against anyone who is about to violate this chapter. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. You have bots again in your bill? 2 bills, 2 bots. You're recognized, passed to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized, suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1639. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1639 relating to prohibitions in connection with ticket sales on an internet website.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. More than 15, I know.
More than 20. Thank you,
More than 20 now.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator West, you recognize suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 840.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 840. If Senate Bill 840 is passed into law, it would increase the penalty for assaulting certain hospital personnel from a Class A to a third-degree felony offense. It addresses offenses that take place while a worker or workers are on duty at the medical facility where they're employed. Members, you remember what happened at Methodist Hospital where we had 2 nurses that were brutally killed. This particular bill is in response to that, and I'd ask your favorable consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 840. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 840 relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
You're recognized, passed to engrossment.
So move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized, suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage. Senate Bill 840. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 840 relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
You're recognized on final.
Mr. President, on behalf of Jackie Poca and Katie Annette Flowers, both nurses at Methodist Hospital in Dallas, I'd move final passage of Senate Bill 840.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
Let their families know it was unanimous. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2035.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 2035 is an attempt to maintain the fact that when bond issues are rejected by the public, that there be a period of time that that local governments honor that electoral decision. Unfortunately, some elected officials don't always follow the will of the voters and have tried alternate methods to finance fund projects previously rejected by others. Notably, I think Senator Sparks will remember the city of Amarillo. Don't you, Senator? Being recently sued by a local taxpayer for seeking to issue $260 million tax anticipation notes for a project that had been rejected by, get this, Senator Sparks, more than 60% of the voters of the city of Amarillo, and they still came to go do a walk around that vote. Senate Bill 2035 seeks to protect the will of the voters by preventing any taxing, any from issuing certificates of obligation or TANs, tax anticipation notes, to finance a voter-rejected project within 5 years of a bond proposition. And I do have an amendment that will make it clear that in a situation from our committee testimony, Senator Eckhart, where if there was finance, a cleanup, mitigation, or remediation of a natural disaster, that they could do it, as well as on a federal court order. With that, I move suspend the regular order of business on the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2035.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will Senator Betancourt yield for a question?
Senator Betancourt, will you?
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt, and for Senate Bill 2035. It's really become a big issue, and I think Senator Parks also has a similar bill where this type of notes cannot be used to purchase equipment such as trucks, tractors, caterpillars, where the anticipatory notes, certificates of obligation, and are much longer in terms of debt to the taxpayers than the actual equipment that they purchase will last. It's a big issue to get around voters' approval, but not only that, by creating more debt that they're able to handle as a way to avoid a vote.
You're absolutely correct, Senator Hosa. That's exactly what happens in that scenario. And really, what everyone should realize is just, take what you need to the public, get a vote. If you don't have an affirmative response, go back and figure out what you have to do. And also not try to drag out some of these capital purchases that are clearly capital purchases, and try to use, some combination of commercial paper or tax anticipation notes.
And anticipation notes depend on future revenue.
Correct.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt.
Oh, thank you.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2035. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2035. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2035 relating the issuance of certain anticipation notes and certificates of obligation.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the aforementioned amendment to make it clear that if taxing units need to finance cleanup, mitigation, or remediation of natural disaster or comply with a federal court order, they may do so. I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage engrossment of Senate Bill 2035.
The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
There'll be 21 ayes, 10 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're
I'll see if I can find some
friends, there.
Mr. President. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for Senate Bill 1029. So Senator Hall is recognized for motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1029.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart,
It'll be
Flores.
19 ayes, 12 nays. Chair lays out on third reading. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1029. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1029 relating to civil liability for governmental health plan coverage of and public funding for gender modification procedures and treatments.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart. For what purpose?
On the bill, sir.
On final passage. You're recognized.
Thank you so much. First, we went after physicians providing care to children that every major medical association in the United States recognizes as appropriate and even necessary, with the excuse that we were protecting the children. Now we go after physicians hired by informed adults consenting to care that every major medical association in the United States recognizes as appropriate and even necessary. This bill is not about protecting medical service consumers. This bill is about preventing procedures that every medical association in the United States recognizes as appropriate and even necessary. And I will be voting no on this bill.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's been a long week. I'm going to take a few minutes just to ask you to consider your vote on this legislation. Consider the weight that it deserves. Consider the fact that many of us have done significant due diligence, sat through hours of committee testimony this session, pleading to the humanity of the harm that this bill and others can cause. Just heard Senator Eckhart speaking to the science that supports this care. And I've even worked with authors of this bill and others like it to present amendments that would at least reduce the harm that this bill, if passed, would cause. So today, I want to use my voice and my best effort to reach out to speak to any of you who still hold the most powerful tool that we all hold in society, in a democratic society, the freedom to choose, the freedom to change your mind. You know, I've been asking, where and how did we get here? So we've read the news and we understand that there's a coordinated effort and an agenda here with both 140 bills in the Texas legislature and more than 650 bills nationwide targeting the LGBTQ plus community. Senator Hall, in his reference to comments last week at one point in an exchange between him and Senator Middleton, made a connection between mandatory COVID vaccines and the Holocaust. And I see that as a ray of hope, because I am glad that you feel so concerned about repeating those mistakes and how imperative it is for individuals' right to medical freedom in Texas. In regard to governance, you said it's, and I quote, a pretty good precedent where the line is drawn. The individual's rights, you have rights, I have those, and my rights end where yours begin. So how is it that we can sit here today and we want to say that we want to protect Texas adults by taking away their freedom to choose a type of medical care, but last week we were touting the freedom to not take a vaccine? Similar to the COVID vaccine and the freedom to choose off-label treatments for COVID, I am speaking to the medical freedom that you firmly value, Senator Hall. Where is the freedom and the liberty in this bill? Why are you today deciding what's in the best interest of grown, adult, consenting Texans? One of the issues that should concern everyone is how an attempt to infringe on the trans and LGBTQ plus Texans will inevitably affect all Texans. This bill makes a crude attempt to define gender modification treatment as a, quote, treatment provided for the purpose of transitioning a patient's biological sex, end quote, including their chromosomes. Anyone who has spoken with a trans person knows that they're not attempting to change their biological sex. They are attempting to feel more comfortable in their skin and in the society they live in. No one's asserting that they can take a hormone and somehow change their DNA to give them different chromosomes. They can, however, modify their outward appearance, their vocal tone, their social role. I mean, it says right here in the Declaration of Independence, authored by Thomas Jefferson, that they have a right to pursue happiness, as they have been doing long before their issue became a talking point. In fact, over 400 biological women did this in order to fight in the Civil War in the 1860s, and many stayed trans after the war, like Albert Cashier, born as Jenny Hodgers, who fought over 40 battles among his brothers in the war, and who at 67 years old was buried in his uniform with military honors. Banning trans access to health care will not make people stop with the pronouns and the social transitioning. Trans people may use a variety of cosmetic treatments to feel comfortable in their skin, like others are free to do today, at least for now. What's next? Do we tell people they can't have a nose job, a breast enhancement, a facelift, or Botox? These are all examples of cosmetic treatments that doctors profit off every single day in a $15 billion a year industry, arguably also maybe not in the best interest of the patient, as this bill states. In attempting to ban coverage for trans people, we may soon impact the access of, for example, a woman who needs a mastectomy because of cancer for her health and personal comfort. Another consequence, there are real concerns that this bill may be a violation of the civil rights. This bill bans the use of public funds for the coverage of trans health care. But do we all understand how far this reaches? It's not just those who are on Medicaid who would lose their care. It would be anyone who pays for their health care plans using public funds, including college students who get insurance through their public universities, teachers in our public and charter schools, even staff members in this building. This means that if a trans person wants to receive health care, they cannot work in public service, they cannot be teachers, they may not even be able to access higher education. These are consequences that have been well thought out in Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which is meant to protect employees from discrimination based on sex, among other protected classes. This includes health care benefit decisions and protections based on a person's gender identity, so we cannot ban the types of health care coverage based on someone's gender identity. So this bill opens up this state, our state, to a slew of litigation that will have to be funded by our taxpayers. Which begs the question, what are we doing? Why are we going down this litigious, expensive path of inconsistency and hypocrisy? Today, I ask each of you to please reflect and ask yourself, do we tell nearly 1 million of our LGBTQ plus constituents, and even more of their allies, who are currently living in fear? Folks, these are your mothers. There are children, voters, business owners, nurses, teachers in our community, members, and most importantly, they're our fellow Texans. And these bills will not erase the existence of LGBTQ plus people, nor do they solve the pressing issues of the state, such as the first leading cause of death of children in this state and the nation, gun violence. Second, suicide. And we're 42nd in the nation per pupil funding in public schools. Last in the nation for health care coverage and insurance. But these bills do accomplish a few things. They embolden hateful individuals to commit violence against the LGBTQ plus community, creating a less safe state. They push Texans and money out of the state, and not just the transgender or the gay ones that these bills try to erase, but the parents, the business owners, the doctors, the economic opportunities, and community members that can afford to take their futures and their economic resources elsewhere. The ones that can't leave become even more marginalized, more disenfranchised, and further pull on available public resources just to stay afloat. This community is already disproportionately at risk for adverse mental health and unemployment because of the current adversities they face. This will funnel people into some of the darkest corners of our society. Members, 2/3 of Americans do not want anyone to limit transgender rights, and 72% of Texans support anti-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus people. We need to stop passing bills and stop targeting this community. We need to start listening to the majority of our constituents and remind ourselves of why we came here in the first place. To make Texas better for all Texans. Members, I thank you for your time and your patience, and I would ask you to vote against Senate Bill 1029. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall.
Mr. President and members, I am not sure exactly what bill my colleagues are talking about because most of what was said has absolutely nothing to do with this bill and people's choices. It has no impact at all on legitimate services. This bill is to protect children who suffer at the hands of greedy hospitals and doctors who are willing to do anything for money, even permanently mutilate young children and then abandon them when they encounter problems. As we heard from several people in the committee hearing, this is not unusual. This bill simply is to protect those children when they encounter problems as a result of these mutilations, where they were coerced at 13, 14, or 15 years old. So, Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Hall moves final passage of Senate Bill 1029. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill passes. Congratulations. Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr.
On
President.
Senate Bill 2035.
Thanks, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
Be 25 ayes and 6 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 2035. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2035 relating to the issuance of certain anticipation notes and certificates of obligation.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2035.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage of Senate Bill 2035. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
20 ayes, 10 nays, and 1 present not voting. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on a committee substitute for Senate Bill 2209.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 2209 at this time, relating to the disclosure of information in department files of firefighters or police officers and civilian oversight boards in certain municipalities. 2209 establishes a statutory guidelines for civilian oversight boards that are popping up across the state, attempting to interfere with the internal police investigations and deny our first responders their rights of due process. The bill simply provides a framework in which the civilian oversight boards can operate by specifying which entities may investigate a police officer or firefighter and ensuring confidentiality of personnel records during the investigation. Additionally, the committee substitute protects mutual agreement contracts entered into by the departments. And finally, the bill prohibits serious criminals from infiltrating these boards and projecting anti-law enforcement sentiments on the boards. I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2209. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There be 22 ayes, 9 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2209. The secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2209 relating to the disclosure of information in department files of the firefighters or police officers and civilian oversight boards in certain municipalities.
There's an amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Hancock.
Senator Hancock on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This simply clarifies the definition of oversight boards and ensures offices as well as boards are encompassed.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment passes. Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Yes, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hancock moves passage to engrossment. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There'll be 22 ayes and 9 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator. Senator Springer is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 569.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 569. Public Information Act, also PIA, allows governmental bodies to recover costs related to reproducing public information. However, there's a loophole in the PIA costing taxpayers thousands of dollars. Based on the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies Act, when cities receive a summons for a lawsuit, even though the city is not a part of the lawsuit, the city must produce all the documents at no cost. So some parties have simply get a court order to avoid paying the PIA. The bill matches the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies statute and with the PIA so that the loophole is closed. And with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business for Senate Bill 569.
Senator Springer moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 569. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 569. The secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 569 relating to request to a municipality for production or certification of a record in certain civil actions.
Senator Springer is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 569.
Senator Springer moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Springer is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Springer moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There be 31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 569. The secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 569 relating to request to a municipality for production or certification of a record in certain civil actions.
Senator Springer is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 569.
Senator Springer moves final passage of Senate Bill 569. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. Congratulations, the bill is finally passed. Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 730.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 730 deals with the practice of medicine and podiatry. Doctors of podiatry medicine are podiatry physicians and surgeons qualified by spending 4 years in graduate school and then 3 years in residency, specializing exclusively in the care of the foot, ankle, and connective structures of the leg. Currently, podiatrists provide both surgical and non-surgical treatment. Surgical procedures which require hospital care are performed by podiatrists or medical staff of a licensed hospital or licensed ambulatory surgical center. Individual hospitals make determination about what privileges the podiatrist can exercise. Those privileges enable podiatrists to perform certain surgeries. Senate Bill 730 provides that an applicant for privileges may not be denied solely on the ground that the application is a podiatrist rather than a physician. Senate Bill 730 does not change the authority of hospitals to scrutinize the ability of any doctor wishing to practice in the facility. The bill does not affect a hospital's ability to refuse privileges to podiatrists for any other reason. With that, Mr. President, members, I would move suspension of regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 730. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 730. The secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 730 relating to the granting of privileges to and the authority of podiatrists at hospitals.
Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
21 ayes and 2 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 730. Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 730 relating to the granting of privileges to and the authority of podiatrists at hospitals.
Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 730.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 730. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Parker is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2208.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider SB 2208. Election crimes carry a great deal of political contention and deserve to be heard in an unbiased venue. In most cases, current law requires election crimes to be prosecuted in the county in which they occur. The concern, however, is that the prosecution of election crimes is particularly susceptible to bias due to the power held in those counties by the officers whose elections are being questioned. Further, juries in these counties may be more biased as the outcome personally affects them. By allowing election crimes to be held in adjoining counties, the case is more likely to receive a fair and unbiased venue. And for that reason, Mr. President, I brought this forward today and appreciate everyone listening. And Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Quite a few questions.
Senator Parker, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Parker, let me start with a really, really basic question this bill presents. And maybe you can clarify for me. Why do you believe that another county should have any input as to what happens in my county or in your county?
Senator, I appreciate the question. First and foremost, I think that election crimes are unique because it becomes a very awkward situation oftentimes for a DA to determine whether or not they're going to bring forward a case. You know, generally speaking, I'm not obviously a DA or an attorney, but my view in visiting with DAs and so forth and looking at cases over the years is that they typically make a determination whether or not a case is provable, one. And then secondly, beyond that, they have the issue of whether or not something has bias or something is uncomfortable for them to be able to pursue it and to pursue the case. And so as a result of that, I believe having a third party that is objective to be able to lead that prosecution is an important structure for us to have in place in Texas. And that's why I'm bringing forward 2208 today.
Well, Senator Parker, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe you can answer this for me. What other crimes are statutorily required to be prosecuted in other jurisdictions?
Well, look, under Chapter 13 of the Court of Criminal Procedure Code, there are other times when venues can change, if you will, under Chapter 13. And I think it's important. I think it's important when you ask that question to understand that this has really been in terms of where we are on this topic. We've had this historical debate on this topic as well. So I don't think there's anything that's unique per se that is occurring here. We've had the ability to go and work alongside other districts historically.
And those other bills and those other statutes that aren't those because of conditions or terms, or they're not statutorily required to be prosecuted in other jurisdictions. It's based on different situations. It's not a statutory statute. It's not in the statute that the crime is necessarily prosecuted in another county.
The belief is that in a county, if you have an issue that's occurring and you have a level of uncomfort being able to bring forward charges, that it's in your best interest, you want to be able to prosecute, you'd like to have a neighboring DA obviously come in and assist in the process. And that's really what the bill would provide.
Okay. So another real basic question. Which county will jail the offender? Where it occurred or where it was prosecuted?
Well, the bill, as you can see here, leave it broad to the prosecution would happen in an adjoining county. So I visited with attorneys on this topic, and most likely it would probably happen in the county that would bring actually the prosecution, because the adjoining county would be the one that would be prosecuting based on council feedback.
So adjoining county will prosecute, but when it's found guilty, which county will he be jailed in?
Again, following the process, I think there's discretion here, and we follow due process. But I think the way the bill is structured, we could do that in the county that actually brings the charge.
So we send them next door to a county to be tried, and then we bring them back to be jailed. Right?
I think they would work that out between the DAs, the DA of the home county, and the DA that would bring the charge. I think they could work through those issues.
Well, then that brings up another interesting question, because then what bail schedule will be used for which county? You determine which bail schedule is going to be used.
I think in this situation, Senator, I think those DAs could work amongst themselves to determine which schedule they would prefer.
So it's going to be at the discretion of the DA?
But those DAs would have that discretion to talk amongst themselves. But I think it's important that you recognize what we're trying to do here is that, if the DA in Harris County wants to prosecute an election crime that happens in a neighboring county, they could do such. So I want folks to understand it works reciprocally in that regard, right? Someone from Harris County could prosecute an election situation in a neighboring county, just like another neighboring county of Harris could prosecute a case that occurred in Harris County. So it is reciprocal and fair in that regard.
So then which county DA will have supersede? Will they have the same equal power to decide, or they just get together in a room and say, you take this and I take that, and how's it going to be determined?
Again,
because I hear you keep saying the DAs can get together and they can decide.
Well, look, DAs obviously work closely across the state. I have great respect for all of our DAs. I believe they can resolve a lot of these matters amongst themselves, and we don't have to be overly prescriptive in the legislation. But what we're doing here specifically is saying that the prosecution would occur in an adjoining county.
Senator Parker, you remember when we had some other election bills, a personal friend of mine, a constituent, Mr. Herbert Rogers, came up in conversation and debates on this floor. Herbert was a classmate of mine. I've spoken about him several times. Earlier this session, as a matter of fact, he was just trying to do his American duty and vote. He was allowed to vote, unfortunately, and he was still on parole, though he didn't know it was illegal for him to vote. You remember Purvis? We've spoken. Most of our colleagues have used him in debate, in debates relating to elections. You remember that guy?
Yes, I do remember.
Does this bill have anything to do with Mr. Herbert Rogers' situation? If you remember, he went to Texas Southern, stood in line for 3 hours, thought he can vote, but couldn't because he was still on parole. And they moved him down from Harris County down south to Montgomery. Was it Montgomery? Was it Montgomery? It was Montgomery, yeah.
Senator, this legislation has nothing to do with any particular case that's occurred in the past. And again, I expect our DAs to bring good judgment to the decision-making of whether or not they would prosecute a crime or not. But it has nothing to do with any particular case like the one that you're describing. And again, all we're trying to accomplish here is to give a DA in a county who would like to prosecute a crime, but is having difficulty because there's a personal challenge, there's a bias there, it's a level of discomfort that exists because they're an office holder themselves. We're just giving them the ability to have a true fraudulent crime be prosecuted by a neighboring DA. That's all we're trying to accomplish here.
Well, let me give you a little bit more background on Mr. Rogers. The Attorney General attempted to prosecute Mr. Rogers for his vote. He didn't try to prosecute Mr. Rogers in Harris County. Like I said, he moved him down to Montgomery County. And then it amazes me, and I still can't think this through, why the Attorney General filed the case in a mostly white county, with Mr. Rogers being an African American, and why didn't he file the case in Houston, where the alleged crime, happened, and it made national news? So I think a person should be judged by a jury of their peers, don't you?
Yes.
So in this particular case with Purvis, they moved him to Montgomery, which is a majority white county, and out of Harris County, which is very diverse. Senator Bettencourt and I had a debate about it. Senator Hughes and I had a debate about this issue. And now we have this bill. And Harris County is 29%. Like I said, diverse. It's 29% white, 28% Hispanic, 90% black. And Montgomery County was 67% white, 20% Hispanic, and 4.5% African American. Do you believe that Mr. Rogers should have been judged by a jury of his peers in that particular case? Would he have been judged by his peers in that particular case?
I always believe that someone should be judged by a jury or their peers, of course. And this bill, of course, is not stopping that from occurring. I'm not in this situation with an adjoining county in this scenario. I'm not bringing someone into potentially that would take up the case from the Panhandle or from the far western side of the state. It would be adjoining counties, obviously, to Harris.
Montgomery County and Harris County are next to each other.
Sure.
But I can tell you, they're different counties. I mean, the makeup of both those counties are, as you just heard the numbers, so it doesn't have to go all the way across Texas to not get a jury of your peers. It can be the adjacent county. In this particular case, it was the adjacent county.
Senator, I understand. I'm simply saying the good people in Montgomery County have a great understanding of Harris County, in my opinion, and vice versa, because they share a border. The populations obviously interact on a daily basis, very regular basis at least. And so, again, it's not taking someone in a very disparate, different part of the state on the western edge of the state, for heaven's sake. We're talking about an adjoining county, folks that are there in Houston and Harris County on a frequent basis, Senator.
You know, this is the fourth time this session I've had to stand behind this podium and behind this mic and say to my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, that's in a perfect world. We don't live in a perfect world, Senator Parker. Don't you believe that this will lead to a different outcomes based on race?
Senator, I do not. I don't think it'll, to do that. I don't believe that we're living here trying to pretend it's a perfect world. It's not a perfect world. I acknowledge it's not a perfect world.
Yeah, and because it's not a perfect world,
but I don't think we have different outcomes because we're allowing a neighboring county DA to prosecute an election crime in a neighboring county. I don't see that. That's not logical to me.
Well, I can assure you, Senator Parker, that because we don't live in perfect worlds, that SB 2208 will lead to some different outcomes based on race. And I've got a few more questions, and I'll let...
And let me say this. Let me say this. I hope to earn your support, obviously, on this bill. And if we see issues downstream, Senator, if we see issues downstream, we'll work to address them together. So you have my commitment in that regard as well. I want you to know that.
I appreciate that, Senator Parker, and I know that you mean that, but I'm just concerned about what's going to happen in between that day coming and how many people will be prosecuted under this bill if it should pass. Are you aware that the Rogers case wasn't overturned based on county or residents? It was overturned, but it wasn't on counties of resident. Did you know that? You didn't keep up with the case, you said.
Not familiar with that case.
Okay. It was actually overturned because it was determined that the Attorney General could not initiate a criminal proceeding. Did you know that? You didn't keep up with the case, so you wouldn't know that.
Well, familiar, obviously, with what happened with the Court of Criminal Appeals and so forth. So we can obviously talk about that at length. But I had a hard time hearing you there on the mic a moment ago. What bill you were specifically, or case rather, you were specifically referencing? But continue, please.
So let me ask you this: you said neighboring counties, right?
That's correct.
So
adjoining
counties. So some counties have multiple adjacent counties.
That's correct.
How will you determine which county the case will go to? You just going to throw a dart?
No.
You're going to close your eyes and pick one?
No.
You're going to say, as the bird flies west, or how are you going to do that?
It would be based on the first DA to come forward that would like to, thinks that they have a case that they can prove.
Are you kidding me?
So
it's going to be for whatever DA steps up to the mic and says, I want that one.
It would be the first DA that moves forward with it. Obviously, in Texas, you're not going to have a situation where we have double jeopardy. You can't try someone for the same case twice. So that first DA that got engaged that said that they believe that they saw that there was a crime that occurred, they believe they can prove that crime, would be the one that would ultimately handle the prosecution, Senator.
Again, I'm not a lawyer, but something just doesn't sound legal about that, lawyers on the floor, that a DA could just step up and say, I want that case. And he's in another county.
Adjoining county.
Adjoining county. But there can be multiple adjoining counties, so whoever stands up first and says, I want that, that's how they're going to be selected.
If they believe that they see that a crime has occurred, that they have a case that is provable, yes.
Okay, so how will the other county know to bring the case if the crime happens in a different county? So we're going to send out a notice to all adjacent counties and say, we got this guy who tried to vote, but he wasn't off parole. Do you want the case?
Senator, I think
how are you going to send out notices?
As I said earlier, I have great respect for DAs in the state and for the profession.
Obviously.
And I believe that they will work through those issues. I think that the neighboring adjoining county DA, if they think they have something there, will reach out to the DA where the crime occurred. I think they'll be able to resolve easily the fact that that DA thinks they can bring a case, and that they'll be the first one there to take the case because I think they've got something that is provable in the court. I'm just saying.
I'm not a lawyer again, but that doesn't sound legal to me.
We don't need a big government solution, is my point. I believe those DAs can work through those issues.
So, which county will represent the state in this matter? Will it be the county that it occurred in, or will it be the county they tried in? You worked that part of it out yet?
It would be the county where it is tried, based on the way the bill is written.
So it'll be determined by the county who picks it up. That's who will represent the state. Okay, and there are around 90 individuals, misdemeanors in the election code. Okay, there are around 90 of them in the election code. Some are Class C's, like a speeding ticket, and some are Class A's, which are more serious. Are we really going to drag someone accused of a Class C misdemeanor across the county?
Senator, obviously the bill is written to address misdemeanors to felonies, and it'll be based on whether or not a crime has occurred. And again, I believe that our DAs are men and women of the highest professional standard, and they'll make the right determination on whether or not something is fitting and appropriate for prosecution. I believe in prosecutorial discretion. It's very important. That's a long-held premise. Where I have issues is where a DA will say, I'm not going to prosecute a certain class of crimes. But prosecutorial discretion is a very important thing to provide.
Senator Parker, I've got some serious concerns. My last question, I want to kind of bring this a little closer to home for you. You know, a number of my constituents rely solely on public transportation. Liberty County is 60 miles away from my district, but it's an adjacent county. How in the world are my constituents expected that only use public transportation? How do you expect for them to make a county courthouse 60 miles away in another county? And that's, just like on DEI, I stood right here and said, the reality of it is, how it affects, and I asked you and my colleagues at that time, when you write these bills, think about the less fortunate. How are our constituents that rely solely on public transportation going to get 60 miles, Senator Betancourt? been to Sunnyside, you've been to Fifth Ward, you've been to Third Ward. How are these people? They don't have cars. So how are they expected to go 60 miles?
Senator, again, I believe that this is good policy that we are allowing, if you will, in a particular county, another mechanism by which a DA who has concern that laws have been broken, but they are uncomfortable because they're an office holder themselves from being able to pursue the prosecution, therefore, to allow a neighboring DA to come in. I think that is a reasonable thing that we're asking. I believe, as I said earlier, I'll come back to the comment I made. I think these DAs will work through logistical issues associated with the prosecution. If it is something that really warrants a prosecution, then I think they will take that seriously, just like they take it seriously now. I mean, if something's not being prosecuted today, as I said earlier, it's typically because there's not a case that's provable, one, or two, because there's this bias that exists in some fashion, in my general assessment in visiting with DAs over the years.
Let me tell you what I think this is, respectfully. This is not reasonable. Respectfully, Senator Parker, all you're doing is jury shopping, man, so that you can get the best outcome. And that's it. I'm done.
And Senator,
thank you, Senator.
You know, I cherish our friendship. We just agree to disagree on this regard because
agree to disagree, respectfully.
Yeah, and again,
this is jury shopping.
I disagree, sir. Respectfully, I disagree, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Parker?
Yield.
How much do you know about venue?
How much do I know about venue?
Yes, sir.
I'm familiar with Chapter 13, and I'm not a lawyer, Senator West, so...
You're playing a lawyer right now, no?
Not anywhere near as good as you, that's for sure.
That's true. That's true. Let me go back. And Senator Miles kind of hit the nail on the head. When we were doing redistricting, I was on the redistricting committee.
Yes.
And the Attorney General decided to file that case in Montgomery County. And if you go back and look at the record, I asked them specifically, and the resident was a resident of Harris County.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And I asked him, I said, why did you file it in Montgomery County? And you know what he said? And I paraphrase it. I get a better outcome in Montgomery County. Is that fair? I mean, I appeal to your sense of reasonableness. Is that fair? The reason it was filed in another county is because he felt as though he could work with that office and get a better outcome.
Senator, my perspective is that, you know, we're a nation, we're a state where law and order matters. And so if crime has occurred, then I believe crime should be prosecuted. That's my perspective. And so... And I think that's what you saw happen in this situation when a crime...
No, that was forum shopping. That was forum shopping. That's what it was. I mean, implicit in what you just said is that the state of Texas would not have been able to get a fair trial in Harris County. But they had to go to Montgomery County in order to get a fair trial. That's what the Attorney General's office decided in that case, even though it was turned around.
Well, and again, I think you're really getting to the heart of this case in many ways, or this bill, I should say, Senator, because what we're really trying to do, again, when you have a crime that's occurred, if you're a DA, a sitting DA in your county, and you know that an election crime has occurred, but you've got an issue because you're on the ballot, it's complex, there's lots of moving pieces and parts, it becomes difficult when you're an office holder yourself and looking at election crime, you really want a third party to be able to come in. And frankly, because of the latest ruling from the Court of Criminal Appeals, we've had to reset, in my opinion, because the AG rather, historically had the ability to go into a county and prosecute. And now after that decision, they're not, as you know, Senator. And so I think
now we're getting to the heart of the matter.
Well, I think a reset is important. I think it's...
We're getting to the heart of the matter now. This is an AG bill, huh?
No, it's not an AG bill. It's a Tan Parker bill.
Carried
but it doesn't matter. I mean, this is structurally long-term where we're going, right? That we've got to be able to prosecute crimes where crime exists. And
exactly where it exists. Where it exists.
Where it exists, where it occurs.
So where it occurs, exactly. Not in an adjoining county where it did not occur. Let me. All right, the taxpayers in that county that has no connection to the case end up having to pick up the tab where they shouldn't have to pick up the tab. Okay, I mean, all of the expenses associated with that case, would that be borne by taxpayers in another county?
Well, I care about all our taxpayers in the state of Texas, but I think the taxpayers also, when it comes to the uniqueness, again, we're not talking about all kinds of crime. We're just talking about election crime.
Oh, just election
I think
crime.
I think it's important when we're talking about election crime that we recognize the uniqueness of that.
Tell me about the uniqueness of it.
Well, we need to understand the uniqueness from a prosecution perspective, because those DAs, it's challenging for them, like I said, as an office holder, to go and address these kinds of issues that deal with elections.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Let me again, you're playing a lawyer. I am a lawyer. I've been a prosecutor and I've been a defense attorney. Okay. Do you realize that if the district attorney in Collin County felt that way, that they could ask for a special prosecutor from another county?
I understand.
So you don't need this. This is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. There are alternatives right now.
Well, if they brought in a special prosecutor, or they brought in, let's say, the AG, they could invite the AG in.
That's exactly. That was the second one I was going to
Right, they could invite the AG in. But the problem is.
What's the problem?
Because that DA today, I believe that there are individuals that are in that county that are uncomfortable with the dynamic because they're office holders themselves. So that's what makes political and election law and in particular elections unique in that regard, and because they're so politically charged. That's the uniqueness of it, and that's the reason why a DA that wanted to bring a case but was uncomfortable because of various biases and personal relationships or what have you, they need to be able to have a third-party venue, or a third party come in and prosecute.
That's fine. All right, let's stay with that.
That's all we're saying here.
Okay, let's stay with that for a second.
And so that's what we're doing now, because...
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And what I'm saying to you, if that's the problem you are addressing, that's the problem that you're addressing with this bill, correct?
Well,
having a third party come in if a district attorney of a particular county feels uncomfortable with the prosecution of a case because of political overtones. Is that what we're addressing?
That's what we're addressing here,
okay,
allowing adjoining county DAs to be able to prosecute.
Okay, and if I were to show you that there are already solutions in law right now that takes care of that problem, this bill would not be necessary, correct?
Well, Senator, obviously, I'd be happy to have the conversation with you.
Well, that's what I'm trying to address your problem.
But no, I believe the problem exists and the bill needs to move forward, because I think there's a real need that's there. I still believe this problem needs to be addressed.
No, okay, but I'm telling you, there's already laws that address the problem. And let me correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, okay? What I heard you said, the problem that this bill is addressing is if you have a prosecutor, a district attorney that's uncomfortable with the prosecution of a case, there needs to be a way for that district attorney to hand it off to a third party that don't have to fade the political heat in a particular county. That's what I heard you say.
And that is correct.
Okay,
and of course, we used to have the AG used to be able to come in without them requesting it. And that's the unique situation.
What I'm saying to you right now is that a district attorney can request a special prosecutor. Does that not take care of the problem?
My assessment is, just like if they would invite the AG in or a special prosecutor, the same thing applies. They're still it's still their fingerprint, so to speak, on the action. So they're not able to separate themselves from the process.
Their fingerprint's going to be on the action if you invite in a district attorney from an adjoining county.
Again, that DA
we're talking about fingerprints.
in an adjoining county can come in. That to me is a separate dynamic than what we described, because it's not they're not originating it. It's coming from an adjoining county that sees that there's a case that
well, they are
needs to be
originating it, because I would assume that if your bill becomes law, what ends up happening is that you, as the district attorney, would have to invite another district attorney or request another district attorney from an adjoining county to take the case. Am I correct or wrong?
Well, certainly they could do that, but they also could, just on their own, take action and reach out to that DA.
That's what I just said.
So the DA, well, but there's a difference over whether or not they would originate that discussion or not. That's my
opinion.
Well,
how else would, if they, out of their respect, I mean, how else would a district attorney from an adjoining county know about the case if it wasn't originated by the district attorney wanting that person to take the case? It has to originate.
My perspective, obviously, they're going to be watching. Obviously, that DA in that county has the closest information of what's taking place. But I believe that DA in an adjoining county most likely has a relationship, you're right, but they have data and facts and understand what's taking place as well. I think they could originate on their own. Certainly they're going to talk to that
Whoa. Let me hold up. Let's get this straight now. The district attorney in an adjoining county can originate the prosecution in another county? They don't have jurisdiction, right? And you're playing a lawyer now. You're playing a lawyer.
No, Senator, again, coming back to the bill. Let's get back to the bill.
No, this is all about the bill. This is all about the bill. You said that a prosecutor, correct me if I'm wrong, you said a prosecutor from an adjoining county could originate the prosecution of someone in another county.
Well, that's what we're saying, yes.
They don't have jurisdiction to do that, though.
Well, we are giving them the ability to come in and prosecute in the adjoining county.
So then you're telling the members that a prosecutor from this particular provision, if it becomes law, a prosecutor from an adjoining county could come to Collin County and say, I want that case.
Yes.
Do you really want to? Okay. I mean, I've never known that to happen. Let me go a little further. So the problem is a district attorney in a particular county not wanting to fade the political heat for prosecuting an election case within their county. And what you're telling us, and you probably have the bill, you probably have the votes already, and it's going to be 19 to 12 or something like that. You're telling me that what this particular bill would do is allow a prosecutor in another county to come to Collin County and say, I want that case, let me prosecute it. And that prosecution would take place in Dallas County, assuming this person is the district attorney from Dallas County.
Yes, that neighboring DA could bring the charge and the prosecution. Yes, that's correct. In an adjoining county. If they think there's a case that's provable.
Well, of course, we're assuming that there's a case. And so, or there was I'm glad you mentioned that. That brought about another point. Okay? If the person was arrested in Collin County on allegedly election violations, and it was just an investigation, at what point would the district attorney in the adjoining county, who comes into Collin County, be able to take the case? Would they be able to take it during the investigation phase, or would they have to take it after a grand jury in Collin County decided to file charges?
Well, from my perspective, what we do here, the DAs themselves, again, I've got great respect for the profession. I think they'd figure it out amongst themselves. But the adjoining DA would initiate the process. That's what I'm saying, is that they would initiate the process, and they would figure out at what point to get engaged, to your question. I mean, so I think they would figure out that amongst themselves.
So the district attorney of the adjoining county that said, hey, I want to prosecute this case that occurred in another county would then turn around and make the decision at what point they would take the case, whether it was at the time of the charges, where a person was arrested or police report, or otherwise. So then you would agree with me, that's pretty vague, isn't it, in terms of the responsibilities of the respective prosecutors?
It is vague, because I want to allow, just like I support prosecutorial discretion for DAs, I want to allow flexibility for DAs to be able to, in adjoining neighboring counties, to work together to address these issues. So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
You agree with me, it's vague, and it's purposefully vague, correct?
It is, because I mean, we want to allow DAs, I don't want to be overly prescriptive, I want to allow DAs to work with one another. They're a wonderful profession. We've got so many great DAs in this state, and I want them to be able to collaborate and work together.
What about the Attorney General? Could the Attorney General swoop in and say that he or she wants to take the case? Without the permission of the district attorney?
Well, right now, after obviously the Stevens case, the AG can only come in once invited. The AG has to be invited in order to be able to prosecute an election crime. And so, again, I think what we're doing here is just a simple rebalancing to allow DAs, because of the uniqueness of these political challenging situations at home in a home county with an elected official, we're allowing a third party to come in and be able to prosecute.
All right, so under current law, the Attorney General has to have permission to come in, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, but in this situation, the adjoining district attorney doesn't have to have permission to come in.
That is correct.
Does that seem reasonable to you? I mean, the Attorney General of the state of Texas has got to have permission to come in and prosecute a case in Collin County, but the adjoining district attorney would not have to have permission of the district attorney of Collin County to come in. Does that seem reasonable?
Royce, to be very candid, Senator, my perspective is that that's the reason why that opinion was so flawed.
So we're going back to the Attorney General.
On the Stevenson case, that they should have allowed the Attorney General to go in to prosecute any type of crime, be it election or otherwise, in any county where it exists and where it occurred.
Did you realize?
So because I think that decision, which was I think a poor decision, not in alignment with the Texas Supreme Court historically, my view is that we're now aligning statute to address the new environment in which we find ourselves. But we absolutely.
I mean, have you looked at the Constitution and the constitutional powers of the Attorney General?
Sorry, again,
Have you looked at our state constitution and the powers of the Attorney General and the Constitution?
Yes, I certainly have reviewed broadly over the years. I can't speak and recite what those powers are, Senator. You might be able to directly, but again, my view is that it was a flawed decision that changed the dynamic where the Attorney General cannot prosecute on their own without being invited into a county. So the fact that you have to now be invited to bring the AG in is exactly why I think we've taken the right position in structuring this bill that allows a third party to be able to come in and provide assistance. I mean,
so we can end up in terms of the debate. You're telling every member of the Senate that if there is a case, an election case in their county, and the district attorney of an adjoining county can come into their county and without permission can assume jurisdiction over that case. Is that what you're telling us?
That is correct. That is correct. And again,
thank you very much.
No, and Senator, again, I think when you come back to why we're moving this bill, I think we're providing a benefit to the citizens of the state. You're providing benefit when there's a true criminal matter that has occurred dealing with an election. You're enabling it now to be prosecuted. And I think that's in best interest of all Texans. We need to make certain that the people of Texas know that we take these situations seriously. That's essential and vital to the protection of our democracy long term.
At all due respect, this is not serious at all. I mean, the fact is that to allow, and this is not a D or an R issue, to allow that type of usurping of power from a district attorney from an adjoining county that has jurisdiction in an adjoining county to come into Collin County and say, hey, I want that case if you don't want it. That's usurping power of the taxpayers and of the voters of a particular county that elected you as the district attorney of Collin County. And the reality is, if you don't want to try that case, there's already provisions in law that allow you to not fade the heat. You can ask for a special prosecutor, or you can ask the Attorney General to come in. That's what you can do.
Well, again, I just think due to the uniqueness of this type of crime and the level of discomfort that often as an office holder you feel, I think that they will view it to be a benefit for their colleague to want to come in, and they'll work through these issues. I think they're a great profession and they'll work well together.
Is this discomfort? Are you feeling any discomfort right now?
I'm sorry, Senator.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2208. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
Be 19 ayes and 12 nays. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2208. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2208, relating to the venue for the prosecution of an election offense.
Senator Parker is recognized for a motion.
President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson.
19 ayes and 12 nays. Bill passes to engrossment. Senator Parker is recognized. You hold right there. Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 561.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, come before you today to lay out Senate Bill 561, which restricts political subdivisions from issuing bonds to purchase personal property if the expected useful life of that property ends before the maturity date of the bond. Currently in Texas, political subdivisions are permitted to issue general obligation bonds to purchase both real property and personal property in the same issuance. Senate Bill 561 seeks to differentiate tangible personal property from real property in this area of the law. This type of tangible personal property is currently sometimes grouped into bonds for improvements to real property, which allows those costs to essentially be amortized over the full life of the bond. This long-term financing may make sense for permanent improvements to buildings, but not for short-lived items like iPads or cars. Members, according to the Texas Bond Review Board, Texas ranks third in local debt per capita among the 10 most populous states in the country, right behind New York and California. Our local outstanding debt has skyrocketed by nearly $100 billion over the last decade, and right now it stands at over $280 billion. That's over $9,000 per man, woman, and child here in the state of Texas. Proverbs 13:22 says, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." We talk a lot in this chamber about history and about the sacrifices that our forefathers had made, to provide a better way of life. We're at risk, the way we're spending, of being known as the generation that lived beyond their means. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business for Senate Bill 561.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 561. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Floyd.
Be 20 ayes and 10 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 561. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 561, relating the authority of a political subdivision to issue debt to purchase or lease tangible personal property.
There is an amendment. Senator Sparks.
Move passage to engross on committee substitute, Senate Bill 561.
The Secretary will lay out the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Spark.
Yeah. Senator Sparks, you're recognizing the amendment.
On the amendment. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this floor amendment simply clarifies that we will reference the IRS Code of 1986 to determine the expected useful life of personal property. This mirrors other areas of the code and provides political subdivisions an objective method to determine the useful life of any personal property referenced in this bill. I want to thank Senator Johnson and a few others that kind of raised this issue of clarifying expected useful life. I think it strengthens the bill. And with that, Mr. President, I move for adoption.
Is there any opposition to the amendment? The amendment.
Adoption for the amendment.
Any opposition? The amendment is adopted. Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engross on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 561.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
Be 20 ayes and 10 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2136.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 2136 requires institutions to offer survey courses to students that address the major themes of American history from our nation's founding onward. Students may take these survey history courses in order to satisfy the current requirements in statute. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 2136 also directs the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to develop the American History and Civics Project. Through this project, the Coordinating Board, in partnership with institutions and educators, will be tasked with the responsibility of identifying essential knowledge and skills for robust learning outcomes in U.S. history, incentivizing the creation of high-quality digital resources for these courses by awarding of grants, and implementing a professional development program to support U.S. history and government teachers across the state. It's the intention that the American History and Civics Project contribute to the development of these survey courses at Texas institutions of higher education. And this bill is designed to strengthen education in American history and civics across high schools and colleges with the goal of expanding opportunities for students across Texas to be better equipped as knowledgeable, responsible citizens. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2136.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator, I agree with you in terms of the American history. Let's make certain that for purposes of intent, we're talking about all of American history, correct?
Of course.
Okay, we're talking about the Civil Rights Movement.
All history.
We're talking about the Civil War.
All history.
We're talking about Jim Crowism.
Senator West, it would be, what you and I would consider to be the cornerstones of American history, and making sure that within the current requirements for history courses and the requirements in higher education, they'd be satisfied by this development.
That's what I want to make sure we talk about in terms of the current requirements of higher education.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, can you, to the extent that you can, enunciate what those requirements are?
No. As far as you're saying, enunciate the current requirements in survey courses, yes, there's six. Yeah. There's 6 different, I can tell you right now. The bill itself would require institutions to offer courses to students that address the major themes of American history, beginning with our nation's founding. And the intent is for students to opt for these courses in order to satisfy their current statutory requirements, which are completing 6 semester credit hours of American history before graduation. And so within, specifically those 6 semester hours that are required, this would fit within that component.
Okay, and the content of that would be obviously based on things that have been done in the past to satisfy those requirements and any innovations that are being made by institutions of higher education.
Yes, developed within this particular effort by the coordinating board for this civics project. Correct.
Right, and so the coordinating board could be as innovative as they want to, as long as it's consistent with institutions of higher education carrying out their responsibilities, correct?
That's exactly correct. And that's the spirit and intention of the bill.
And the grants would be awarded by the Higher Education Coordinating Board?
Yes.
And they would be awarded to institutions of higher education?
That's right.
Okay.
And there's a piece also within the intention of the bill for aspiring teachers aspiring teachers, for teachers that are in college right now working towards their teaching degree. It would also apply towards the development of programs and curriculum that those teachers are involved in to one day teach government or one day teach history.
Okay, so those teachers could be the recipients of grants. Is that what you're saying? I didn't know that was in there.
The professional development piece, yes. There's a professional development piece, a program that will include training on evidence-based approaches and effective use of instructional technology, so OER and online resources, right, tied to history and government teaching.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator West.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2136. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
25 ayes and 6 nays. The chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2136. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2136 relating to measures to support public secondary and post-secondary American history and civics education.
Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. Secretary will call the roll. Yes.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There'll be
Eckhart,
26 yeas and 5 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move suspension.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There'll be 26 yeas and 5 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 2136. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2136, relating to measures to support public secondary and post-secondary American history and civics education.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 2136.
Senator Creighton moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 2136. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
26 ayes and 5 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Hall is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1031.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1031. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1031. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1031, relating to studies or surveys on children's sexual behavior conducted at or by public primary or secondary school.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1031. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
Be 19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1050.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1050. It has to do with statewide natural gas conservation programs. It's an opportunity that's underutilized right now for our natural gas utility customers to participate in these programs. It involves our local distribution companies, gets rid of a lot of red tape. And again, more options for consumers, energy efficiency. That's what the bill is about. It's not a controversial bill. And I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1050. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1050. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1050 relating to the authority of a natural gas local distribution company to offer energy conservation programs.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move suspension of the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1050. The secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1050 relating to the authority of a natural gas local distribution company to offer energy conservation programs.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, thank you. I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1050. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2335.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 2335. Members, what this bill addresses is accreditation, and we know that accrediting agencies are important, but they are largely unaccountable private institutions that hold a great deal of influence over our institutes of higher education. In Texas, SACS has long had a monopoly over our institutions. And this was our only option until the Trump administration eliminated the distinction between regional and national accrediting agencies and created a unified set of higher education accreditors. And of course, what this does is it brings into question our state's reliance on one single accreditor. Recent research has shown that several of the formerly regional accrediting bodies are failing to ensure that students graduate with reasonable debt versus their future earnings, and SACS being one of the least effective in terms of student debt to income outcomes for Texas students. And this bill accomplishes this mission through the creation of the Texas Higher Education Accreditation Commission, or THEAC, which is largely similar to TEPSAC for private schools, where our K-12 private schools have a menu of accrediting entities to choose from. And this commission will be made up of 9 members, with the Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, and the governor appointing 3 members each, with the presiding officer being appointed by the governor. And these members would evaluate accreditors based on their ability to demonstrate positive educational and labor market outcomes and whether the accrediting agency interferes in an accredited institute's governing board or accountability to the legislature. And THEAC would then assign 3 ratings to each accrediting agency, either exemplary, satisfactory, or unsatisfactory. So what this does is allows our universities to have a choice in who they are accredited by, and it brings important levels of accountability to that as well. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will Senator yield for a couple of questions?
Senator Middleton, will you yield?
I do. Thank you.
Senator Middleton, are we setting up another layer of bureaucracy to be able to approve accreditation associations nationwide for higher education institutions?
Well, so right now there's really no entity in charge of this except the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And the reason why is we've had a monopoly for many years. Like I mentioned earlier in my layout, there were 6 regional accreditors. And that distinction between national and regional accreditors was, of course, eliminated by the federal government. So now that has opened the door for our institutes of higher education to be able to choose among accreditors. But I do think it's important that those accreditors are ranked and their performance is ranked, and we take into account very specific measures that are, of course, important to student outcomes and student retention. For example, the amount of student debt they have to take on to achieve those outcomes. Those are all the factors that I think we need to consider here. And really all this does is it sets up a system very similar to what we have with TEPSAC in our private schools. So currently our K through 12 private schools have a whole host of accreditors to choose from. And of course TEPSAC is an official entity that was set up by the TEA many, many years ago. So this would essentially create a very similar framework for our universities we currently have for our K-12 schools.
Well, and I agree. I'm not necessarily opposed to having a selection of different associations to accredit higher education, because some are better than others. I guess my concern is more in terms of making sure that we don't change accreditation associations every year or every other year, and which that will impose additional cost to higher education institutions in the state of Texas.
And we do have some protections in the bill for that concern. Obviously, say a university is unable to secure an accreditor because if accreditor is deemed unsatisfactory, then they have 5 years to find a new one. Well, the Commissioner Keller could waive that, for example. So there are some protections there where any unintended consequences, they could waive that requirement. But it does require that our institutes of higher education be accredited, because as we know, they'll lose their Title IV funds, which is Pell Grants, if they're not accredited. So we need to make sure that they continue to be accredited, and this provides adequate protections to make sure that occurs and that we have a good fit for our universities as well.
And would that also cover, for example, medical schools?
It would cover all institutes of higher education. Now, it doesn't drill down into the specific individual, like we mentioned earlier, I believe in a bill a couple days ago, for the degree type program accreditations. This is the SACS, right? So SACS is the accreditor of the university system, of the entire university. So we're talking on a very high level here with this bill.
Thank you for your explanation, Senator.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2335. Is there an objection? Or the clerk secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
20 ayes and 11 nays. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2335. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2335 relating to the accreditation of public institutions of higher education.
There is an amendment. Senator Middleton, you recognize on the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is really a cleanup amendment. It strikes a provision in the bill that refers to the laws of other states, and I don't think that's appropriate. In this piece of legislation, we should only refer to the laws of this state. So that's what the amendment does, and I move adoption.
Senator Middleton moved adoption. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for committee substitute for Senate Bill 2335.
Senator Middleton moves passage to engrossment. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
20 ayes and 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1585.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. During the interim, a work group comprised of attorneys, mental health professionals, juvenile probation professionals, and Texas Juvenile Justice Department and others was formed to take a thorough look at Chapter 55 of the Texas Family Code. This statute deals with juvenile court proceedings for children with mental illness and intellectual disabilities. Senate Bill 1585 implements the recommendations brought forth by this very thorough work group. It's a total package to revise, update, and add to Chapter 55 to provide needed clarification for judges presiding over these cases. It also provides forensic evaluators with clear direction on how to properly conduct evaluations of these minors and the specific information they should report to courts. In addition, the bill gives juvenile probation departments the latitude to work with treatment and service providers to provide restoration education classes to juveniles, and it also directs local mental health authorities to file recommendations with courts for juveniles' treatments. Members, I've met with stakeholders on this bill, and I'm confident that it will help meet serious needs in our juvenile justice system. So with that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business for Senate Bill 1585.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1585. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1585. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1585 relating to certain proceedings in juvenile court for children with mental illness and intellectual disabilities.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment on Senate Bill 1585.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1585. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1585 relating to certain proceedings in juvenile court for children with mental illness and intellectual disabilities.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage of Senate Bill 1585.
Senator Sparks moves final passage of Senate Bill 1585. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action.
Senator Bettencourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2069.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In 2021, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1831 by Senator Taylor. There was a requirement in the bill that there be warning signs posted about human trafficking, and that bill was unanimous off the floor. Unfortunately, the Texas Education Agency, by rule, changed the ability. In fact, they're not going to provide the signs. And so basically, at this point in time, what Senate Bill 2069 removes the requirement for private primary and secondary schools to be required to pay for the signage. This was not the intent of Senator Taylor's bill. Unfortunately, TA by rule has described it that way. And because of that, we heard testimony in education to remove this requirement. So at this point in time, have to move suspension of the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 2069.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Senator Betancourt, do you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Betancourt, I just first saw this morning, so I wanted to check in with you on something. It removes the requirement that private schools post signs regarding human trafficking, but leaves in place the requirement that public schools post signs about human trafficking?
I tell you, Senator, I'd be happy to take an amendment on that if you wish to, if you would. The bottom line with this is real simple. For some reason, we had a bill passed out by the legislature. It was clear that the TA was supposed to supply those signs, and they, by rule, decided not to honor for some reason, what was in plain text in the bill. And I'll read this to you because I think it's important for you to hear. The agency shall provide each school without charge the number of warning signs required to comply with this section and rules adopted under the section. If the agency is unable to provide each school with the number of signs necessary to comply with the subsection, the agency shall provide a school fewer signs than the number necessary to comply with the section and provide distribution of the signs to schools based on reports of criminal activity in the area. They adopted a rule and said they effectively weren't going to do it. I assume maybe it's lack of funding, I'm not sure, but that's why the private schools said, hey, look, why are we doing this even though the language is clear? So that's why I brought the bill.
Would you mind if we took a break and talked about possible amendment?
Sure, if you want to put that on.
Yeah, let's talk just for a couple minutes, Mr. President, if we might.
Hold on, let me approach I want to know, because we could do it on, third reading if we had to, okay?
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2069. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
21 ayes and 10 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2069. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 2069, relating to the required posting of signs regarding human trafficking penalties by certain schools.
Senator Betancourt recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 2069.
Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
21 ayes and 10 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
We'll hold right there. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee. The Secretary read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 44 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 115 to State Affairs. House Bill 386 to State Affairs. House Bill 390 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 576 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 609 to State Affairs. House Bill 611 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 711 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 790 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 898 to Transportation. House Bill 1130 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 1207 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1221 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1391 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1575 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1769 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1859 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1996 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2121 to Local Government. House Bill 2237 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2455 to Local Government. House Bill 2504 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2929 to Education. House Bill 3189 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3504 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 3640 to Local Government. House Bill 4757 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
SJR 32, Senate Bill 838.
The President's desk is clear. Are there any announcements? Are there any announcements? Chair recognizes Senator Perry for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with the Senate Rules 11.10, 11.18, so that the Senate Committee on Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs can meet immediately upon adjournment today, Wednesday, April 26th, in the press room 2E.9 to consider pending business. Mr. President and members, if there are no questions, I move suspension.
Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Natural Resources and Economic Development Committee will continue our hearing from this morning at 4:45 in the extension in room 16. So I'd appreciate all the Natural Resources members joining us for the continuation of our hearing. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other announcements? Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.13 to permit committees to meet during consideration of the local and uncontested calendar. Motion by Hall.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
I have an announcement. I don't have to suspend rules. HHSC will start back as soon as the tables are set up in the chamber.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 10 a.m. Thursday, April 27th, for the consideration of a local and uncontested calendar. Upon conclusion of the local and uncontested calendar, I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Thursday, April 27th. Thank you.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senate stands in recess until 10 a.m. Thursday, April the 27th, for consideration of a local calendar. Upon the conclusion of the local calendar, the Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Thursday, April the 27th.